Please be seated. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the European Forest Institute Scientific Seminar 2022, a seminar that will focus on why and how we can rethink our cities by placing life and nature at the center of the urban agenda, how forests, trees, and wood can become the backbone of our cities, to be able to allow our cities to lead the transition towards a climate-neutral, nature-positive economy and a healthier and more resilient society. But before starting the seminar, I have the pleasure to invite the Deputy Mayor of Barcelona, Mrs. Sanz, to give some opening remarks. So, Janet, benvinguda.
Good morning, everyone. Dear friends, benvinguts a Barcelona. Welcome to Barcelona. It's a great pleasure that the European Forest Institute has chosen Barcelona as the venue for this conference. Thank you, Mark. First of all, I want to apologize on behalf of the mayor for not coming today because she had a last-minute problem. But as a representative of Barcelona City Council, it was very important to be here. It's an honor to receive the award, then, that they recognized Barcelona as European Forest City 2022, and also to choose Barcelona as place to promote new architecture and to debate how to rebuild our cities through sustainability. Thank you very, very much for this, because for us it's very important to innovation to promote and protect our forest. In other forums, it's our duty to be critical voice, to remember and to put in the public and private agenda the challenges of climate change. Luckily, in this forum, I don't have to do this because we share this common sense. And I want to share with you some ideas. I think it's very important for us. First of all, there is no city without nature. We need to change the historical idea that the city is a space that is opposed to nature. Historically, we have transformed cities into places full of cement and pollution. But we know there is no progress without a planet, no? Or a prosperous city without nature. And forestry policy isn't alien to the city. It's an essential part of it. Forest management is a key element of urban policies to promote biodiversity. Basically, cities need more trees, less traffic, more care, less carbon, more proximity, less pollution. This is what we are doing now in Barcelona with conviction and commitment. We have a nature plan to give the city a functional and ecological green infrastructure. We have promoted the Superblocks project to eliminate cars from this space, from public space, multiplying green surface by 12. Creating new parks, for example, since before there were only cars. And also implementing actions in metropolitan area to take care and promote our forests, concretely our natural park, Collserola, for example. And for all of this, to do this, we have created a vice presidency for managing our forest. This is an innovation, no, in our case. In conclusion, we want to increase the forest space, not only in the city, in all regions, and because we want to be a livable city, no? A livable space for everyone. For all of this, we aspire to be a biocity and a bioregion. We will work to make it possible, And thank you again for recognizing this work, our commitment, for being today here, and enjoy Barcelona.
Thank you, Janet. And before you go away, I would like to give you the European Forest City Award. But first, I want to invite the Vice President of the Metropolitan Area, Isidra Sierra, because this is an award that we are giving. We are giving the award to both the city of Barcelona and its metropolitan area. And we give the award as a recognition for the commitment of the city, the metropolitan area, for better nature, better trees, a better environment, but also, as we could see on Tuesday, for the commitment of the city also to sustainable forest management and timber construction for better housing for the planet and people. So, my pleasure for you too. Okay, let's continue to the business of today. And now I have the great honor to invite Professor John Schellnhuber, who will be setting the scene for today's seminar. Professor Schellnhuber does not need an introduction. He's one of the most prominent climate scientists in the world, founder of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, more recently also founder of the Bauhaus Earth. And Professor Schellnhuber is for many of us a reference as an example because he is a rare scientist whose curiosity and knowledge spans a wide variety of subjects. He's a type of polymath that we need today more than ever, because in order to address the grand societal challenges that we are facing, we need to connect scientific disciplines in order to contextualize knowledge at the right scale. If we want to put forward the transformative actions across sectors to rethink our economy and reimagine our cities. So, Professor John Schellnhuber, it's a great honor to have you here today.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. After this introduction, I can only disappoint you. So it's really a great honor for me to be in Barcelona, back at this stage, and listening to what the deputy mayor just said. I heard through the grapevines that she's the green soul of Barcelona. So wonderful to have you here, and it's a wonderful vision, actually, to not only make Barcelona a bio-city, but this region a bio-region, and I think that's precisely what we need to do. Because in former times, medieval towns, of course, were surrounded by their fields, by the forest. They lived from the land, actually, and it was a sustainable organism, actually, and we have to go back. Not in time, we have to move forward, we have to use the means of the 21st century, but we have, in the end, to create bioregions, which means we have to face complexity. And this was the problem of the Industrial Revolution. This is not part of my script, I just was prompted by the remarks by the deputy mayor. I mean, the Industrial Revolution is a severe reduction of complexity. So energy comes from the coal, from the oil, from gas, things like that. You clear the land from all types of plants that are not useful, and in the end, you reduce everything to monofunctionality, and that can be managed very easily with heavy machinery and so on, but in the end, we destroy our world by this. So we have to embrace, understand, and manage complexity again. So my talk, here's the title already, and I really mean that bioregion, that is precisely about the co-transformation of land use and urban development. It's the co-transformation. We keep on talking now about the great transformation of the energy system, things like that, but it's the co-transformation of nature and civilization we need to bring about. And I give you just a few impressions because, yes, it's true, I have been thinking for at least 10 years about how we could make the construction sector a hero in the fight against climate change. Now the construction sector is still the biggest villain, the biggest sinner when it comes to climate protection. We could turn it into a hero, for example, by using timber for constructing our houses. But it took a long time actually to get this discussion going. There are some people who have done this. Just talked to Pablo van der Lugt. Where are you, Pablo? Here you are. Who has written two fantastic books on timber and bamboo, for example. So there are a lot of pioneers actually, but only a few years ago this whole movement has really got momentum, and I'll show you a few impressions of that. So first of all, let me see whether it works. Yes. Oh, I'm going too far. Here we go. And this was an amazing event because Germany has the G7 presidency this year, and for the first time ever, there was a ministerial meeting on urban development. That never happened before. You had, of course, the foreign ministers, the financial ministers, even the environment ministers, but for the first time ever, there was a meeting of the people responsible in the G7 countries on urban development. And it happened in Potsdam, my hometown, my current hometown of more than 20 years now. And I was asked to give the keynote lecture there. So this was a fantastic opportunity, and the Japanese came with a big delegation. The Minister for Infrastructure and Urban Development was there. They will be the host next year of G7. They will continue this track on urban development. That's already a big success. And I was surprised. I got an invitation immediately after that. And this is really a stunning thing. I mean, if you look at the program here, so we will put sustainability into the limelight of the G7 summit next year. But here is this conference, which will happen at the end of October on global environmental action. And it will start with a speech by the former Minister of State, when the Emperor will speak, when the Prime Minister, and when I will give the keynote. So that's quite an honor, of course, and then the Minister for the Environment. And it's a unique opportunity to talk about precisely this co-transformation, because if Japan will actually endorse the urban transformation towards sustainability, this is a big player in the game, of course. And of course, we have even bigger players like China and India and Africa, of course, in the future. But it's a unique opportunity. So this was the event. Some of you took part in that. You can see Marc Palahi and Vicente Vaya and Francesca Bria, who was involved with Barcelona quite some time, actually, good friend of mine. And you see Ursula von der Leyen, she gave the keynote. So we did this in the Pontifical Academy of Sciences in the Vatican, which is a very exclusive club. So whenever I say I'm a member of the Pontifical Academy, people ask me, are you a Catholic? And actually I'm not, I have to admit. But the Pontifical Academy consists of just 80 people who are elected by their members, appointed by the Pope. And just to give you an impression, 25 of us are Nobel laureates. So it's the most exclusive scientific club in the world. And we have this beautiful headquarters in the Vatican Gardens where we had this conference called Reconstructing the Future for People and Planet. And it was extremely successful. And for example, you see on the right-hand side, the German Minister for Construction and Urban Development. For a long time, we didn't have such a federal ministry, Clara Geiwitz. And next to her is Francis Carré. He won the Pritzker Prize this year. He's from Burkina Faso, born in a small village in the Sahel. And he has an office in Berlin, and just 2 weeks before the meeting, he received the Pritzker Prize. So we have Bjarke Ingels and so on, and other world-class architects here. It was an event which is illustrating what Mark just said, polymathian approach, you know, an interdisciplinary, even transdisciplinary approach. You have to bring together all the items, all the dimensions, all the skills, all the capacities needed for creating a better built environment. And that was the original idea of the Bauhaus. In 1919, when the original Bauhaus was started by Gropius and others in Weimar, a small German town, it was the idea of the, and I use the German word now, Gesamtkunstwerk, you know, the integrated piece of art or collage of art, whatever you call it, where you bring together everyone and everybody and everything you need in order to create a better environment, a better urban environment. So this was the original, actually this is, the Bauhaus moved from Weimar to Dessau, is in Dessau, and went to Berlin in 1933. It was destroyed by the Nazis in 1933 because there are many Jewish architects involved. And we have a dream, the dream of the Bauhaus Earth, which is, you have the new European Bauhaus now by Ursula von der Leyen, the Bauhaus Earth, which I co-founded a few years ago. The dream is to, in a way, revive the old Bauhaus Academy and to have it in Berlin, but also in other places. And actually the dream is to have it as a distributed institution. Because in the world today, with the internet, with everything, you must not focus on just one place only. Yeah? So the dream is to have a network of academic institutions who teach the new way of urban development in the spirit of the old Bauhaus. And Barcelona would be a wonderful help for that. So let's think about that. So, yeah, here we are, Ludwig Mies van der Rohe. You have seen the fantastic installation, we sent it. So this is the original pavilion on the Montjuic, which I have visited many times, but I have to admit I visited in particular the Museum for Romanesque Art of Catalonia, which is unique in the world in my view. Fantastic, but where's the pavilion? And now it got this timber filling recently. I heard it's only lasting for 1 week actually, so I have to rush to see it, probably this afternoon. But here's a very interesting coincidence, you know. The original one was done in 1929, and in the same year, Konrad Wachsmann, who is one of the giants of the early Bauhaus movements, built Einstein's summer villa in Kaput near Potsdam from timber. It was actually redwood from California. And Albert Einstein, I had the privilege to work in his office for more than 10 years in Potsdam. He insisted on using timber for this construction. So he was ahead of the crowd, as always, of course. You know, he was a genius. He was the most important scientist of the 20th century. He was a political activist supporting sort of left-wing movements. But he was also, in a way, somebody who saw the future of architecture here. So, and Wachsmann, who was Jewish, he emigrated to the United States with the help of Albert Einstein, actually, and where he met Walter Gropius. And they started a timber company, which went bankrupt immediately, but not because they had no good ideas. They were probably 100 years ahead of her time, actually. It was about ready-made modular serial timber construction, where we could build a house within 9 hours, actually. So this was a very pioneering thing, but ahead of her time, actually. So let me talk about how we can solve the climate crisis. This is a paper we published 2 years ago in Nature Sustainability, and to our own surprise, it is one of the most cited papers now. The idea is to actually turn our cities into harvested biomass, timber cities, and this way to suck up carbon from the atmosphere. And the lead author is here, Galina Churkina. Galina, where are you? Ah, here you are. And she has done fantastic work on precisely this idea of changing the carbon dynamics of the atmosphere by turning cities into wooden construction using bamboo, what have you, hemp or hop. Any material can be used for isolation, for example. So this paper is extremely successful. And this is the Paris Agreement. You know, I was there as a member of the German delegation and also as a member of the Vatican delegation in 2015 in Paris. And where we had this, and this is international law, global warming must be kept below 2 degrees. And there's an additional ambition level in the Paris Agreement. We have to strive to keep it below 1.5 degrees. Okay, what does the physicist say on this? Well, yes, it is absolutely necessary to do this, because this is a paper just recently published by colleagues of mine of the Potsdam Institute, Johan Rockström and others, which shows you these are the tipping elements in the Earth system. These are the elements of the global environment we need for our survival. The coral reefs, the big circulation patterns in the atmosphere, in the ocean, the Gulf Stream, for example, and the big ice sheets, the Amazon rainforest, and so on. And the symbols you see at the lower corner here on the right-hand side tell you when, at what level of global warming they will be tipped into destruction. So for example, if you have just an orange circle, which you can find with the coral reefs, the Great Barrier Reef, or you can find them with the West Antarctic ice sheet of the Greenland ice sheet. This means even below 2 degrees, this element will be destabilized and may collapse. And if the Greenland ice sheet and the West Antarctic ice sheet collapse together in an irreversible way, this alone will raise global sea level by 11 meters. So Barcelona will be gone, not the Montjuic, but the harbor region will be gone, and so on. Can you imagine that we will lose all these spaces? We try to improve the urban spaces, and sea level will just eat up everything. So we have to avoid this. But it can only be done if we do not only decarbonize our economy, so we have to stop global emissions by 2040, actually, at the latest. We have to also extract carbon from the atmosphere. Otherwise, we cannot hold these red lines. 1.5 degrees is not possible anymore, in my view, unfortunately. So there will be something like overshoot, I show you here. So here is, in a way, the app and the application for saving the world. So you have to watch out here. It's very important. So on the horizontal line, you have time, so 1900, we go up to 2200. On the vertical line, that is global warming. Delta GMT means difference of global mean temperature above pre-industrial level. So what you see here, that's the historical development. Today we have 1.2 degrees warming already. So we are just 0.3 degrees away from the red line of the Paris Agreement. And this is what will happen under business as usual. And for example, with the Ukraine war, there will be a setback, of course, in our decarbonization efforts. Even in Germany, I was member of the Coal Commission. We wanted to get a sort of sunset clause for coal-powered electricity production. And now we will keep on running these coal power stations for a few more years, hopefully just 2 or 3 years. But this again, so we are still on this path of business as usual. But you can see where this will end up at 4 degrees warming in 2200. So we will actually tip all the elements I've shown you. Even the Eastern Arctic ice sheet will be violated. And that would add another 50 to 60 meters to sea level. So this would be the end of our civilization, I'm pretty sure. Because it would mean you have to relocate at least 2 billion people on this planet. From the tropics, from the coastal zones, from the mountain areas. Can anybody imagine that we can relocate 2 billion people in peace without bloodshed? It's absolutely impossible. So this business as usual trajectory is a trajectory towards the end of our civilization. So what can we do instead? Well, this is the realistic. It's not the Paris trajectory. Paris means below 1.5 we will stabilize the climate. It's for physical reasons not possible anymore. We will overshoot, but we have to keep the overshooting above 2 degrees as small as possible. Maybe we can land the planet at 2.2 or something like that. And then we have to work ourselves back to something like 1 degree warming, which is more or less manageable. So how can this be achieved? Well, it can be achieved if we turn our cities into carbon sinks, for example. And that's a completely natural way. Timber is a wonderful material. I mean, evolution took 500 million years in order to optimize the tree, the photosynthesis and so on. You can do everything with timber now. You can build skyscrapers. They are earthquake-proof. They can be made termite-proof. They can be made fire-proof and everything. It's the best material in the world, but we have to endorse it again. So this is the big plan, so to speak. So I go back here. I call it the forestry construction pump because 300 million years ago, otherwise I wouldn't tell you so, there was a natural solution. There was a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere. The climate was much warmer. We had lush vegetation on all continents. And this is where the fossil fuels were born 300 million years ago in the Carboniferous age, coal and oil and gas and so on. And the plants sucked up the CO2 from the atmosphere, and when in the wetlands it was swamped, and through geochemical processes our fossil fuels were formed. And at that time, our planet escaped only narrowly a snowball Earth episode. So what happened before in Earth history? So the Earth just missed by 40 ppm actually a new global ice age, because the plants were so effective actually. And we have to replay the Carboniferous age now, but not in millions of years, but in 2 centuries actually. It can be done, it has been done before, there is a natural solution, but now our cities have to do the job. That's the big vision, and I call it the pump because you have 2 cycles involved here. You extract timber from the forests, of course, in a sustainable way. You need sustainable forestry, of course. You have to honor biodiversity, the water cycle, and so on. Recreation, all these things. But you have to replant immediately. So you need a dynamical equilibrium where you can put out biomass, harvested biomass for all types of use. In a cascading sort of way you use it. And you have to build your buildings in a way that you can reassemble the elements. No toxic glues and so on. So you can use it, a certain timber element 4 times, 5 times over centuries actually. And if you combine the 2 circles here, you get something like a pump that will clean up the atmosphere. I mean, it's a mind-boggling vision, but all the elements can be done. You do not even need rocket science for it. It's the natural solution. So that's the idea, and I did a back-of-the-envelope calculation. So in Rome at this event, all we need to do to extract 140 ppm of CO2 from the atmosphere. Currently, we are at about 420 ppm. Pre-industrial was 280, so the difference is now 140 ppm. It's 50% above pre-industrial level. All we have to do to remove it is we have to plant and support additionally 500 billion trees. We have plenty of land. We have about 1 billion hectares of degraded land on this planet. Even in Catalonia, there is degraded land. And we have to turn about 2 billion constructions, one-family houses or skyscrapers, whatever, into more or less stored biomass. This alone would do the job. Now, even if we fail doing so and only 50% of it would be achieved, we would be at about 350 ppm, that would still be in line, but would be about 1 degree warming. We could still manage that. So you see, every part down that road, every mile we go down that road would help to save the planet. So, last remark. When Walter Gropius, Mies van der Rohe, and so on started their new Bauhaus movement, or well, original Bauhaus movement, this was in order to provide good living space, not only for the elites, but for the masses, for all parts of society, after the destruction of the First World War. 1919. Europe was destroyed in many parts. After the Second World War, it was even worse, of course. So the idea was to use the most advanced elements of serial production, industrial processes, and so on. That's why, yeah, concrete and steel and aluminum and glass were used, because you could easily scale that up to provide living space for people in the cities. Today, we need to do it with the means and opportunities and capacities of the 21st century, of course. 100 years later, we have fantastic tools. For example, we have digitalization, and a long time ago, I did some work on quantum computing. If quantum computing comes along, our capacities to simulate, to model, to anticipate complex systems will millionfold, actually, and I guess this will happen in only 20 years from now. So in a way, we are entering the cybernetic age, but at the same time, we should embrace the solutions evolution is providing us. And I call it a cyborganic age, where you bring together cybernetics and organic solution. And why? Because evolution created the best solution by trial and error. Why is nature so successful? Because it made so many mistakes. But it was corrected in evolution, and the best solution was singled out. And we should use it. In the Industrial Revolution, we thought we don't need nature anymore. We can suppress nature, we can destroy it, we can replace it. So stupid. Because the book of life, which is stored in the Amazon rainforest, in the Congo rainforest, in the beautiful forests of Catalonia, which we will visit tomorrow. This book of life is full of solutions. It's full of means to save the world. Unfortunately, we are burning this book before we even read it. This has to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Schellnhuber, for this polymathian, inspiring presentation. I think, yes, you really set the scene perfectly, both in terms of the challenges, but also in terms of the solutions. So I think we could not have a better opening. But now we need to continue with the event, and I would like to invite our Head of Communications, Rach Colling, to present you the agenda of today and some practicalities before we move to the first session that will be chaired by Professor Schellnhuber.
Thank you very much, Mark. Before we head into the rest of the seminar, I just have a few brief housekeeping details to go through and give you a brief overview of the agenda for today. Please be aware that as well as those of you here in person, we also have viewers watching online via our live stream. And for that reason, it's really important that if you want to ask a question during the event, that you wait for a microphone. Please raise a hand and then one of our colleagues will come to you. If you ask a question, please also do let us know who you are and tell us your name and organisation, and obviously try and keep your contributions quite brief. The session chairs and the panel moderators will tell you, though, when questions are possible. Taking a look at our agenda for today, we start by looking at a science perspective to exploring the nature of cities and how then nature can transform them. So we'll explore how nature can improve human health in urban areas, cities as carbon sinks, and look at nature-based solutions for climate-resilient buildings and cities. Then after the coffee break, we'll move to looking at creating cities in symbiosis with nature. And then we have two panel discussions on biobased construction for regenerative urbanization, and then a second one on forest ecology, urban ecology, and forest trees. Then finally, you get a break for lunch, which I'm sure will be very welcome to you all. And then after that, we move more to looking at implementation with a panel on knowledge to action initiatives and how we can really build synergies before we have closing remarks. So it's an action-packed day ahead. Welcome to you all, and it's now my pleasure to hand over to the first session chair, who really needs no further introduction, John Schellnhuber.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so it works now. Yeah, thanks a lot for this announcement. So I have the pleasure now to moderate the first session, and I should say we had a little bit of changes actually, because we had a cancellation by Jeffrey West from the Santa Fe Institute, who would have talked about fractals and urban development and things like that. He's an old friend of mine, but he was tested positive for COVID and he had to cancel last minute, and he's extremely sad because he really would have loved to come here, but we will do it another time, I'm sure. The good thing is, and I should say this, that we have Barbara Widera with us, who wanted to join anyway, and she will stand in for Jeffrey. I will say more about her a little bit later. So we have a full program, and I have to say it's very nice. It's an all-ladies program now in the first session. So we will have first now Matilda van den Bosch, then Galina Churkina, and then Barbara Widera. So I would like to ask Matilda van den Bosch to come to the stage now. And I had a little chat with her, and I was supposed to announce her as Dutch, actually, when I learned she's Swedish. And she has worked in the University of British Columbia, for example. She's now in Barcelona. And she is talking about an extremely important topic, namely how human health and human well-being actually are related to how we create the urban space, design the urban space. And I'm very much looking forward to your presentation, Matilda. Please go ahead.
Thank you, John. And hello, everyone, and thank you for being here, and thanks a lot to the organizers for inviting me to give this presentation today. I am Matilda van den Bosch, and I'm a senior researcher at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health, and I'm also an adjunct professor at the University of British Columbia. Once upon a time, I was a physician at the University Hospital of Lund, but in Sweden, But after a few years, I came to realize that I could do more for human health and well-being outside the hospital than inside, actually. And that's where I came to realize that we need more trees and less medicines in order to promote health, prevent and cure disease. So in a very brief talk now, I will provide an overview over why I came to this realization. Did you know that healthcare savings systems can spend hundreds of dollars less per person per year on medical care for people living in neighborhoods with the most green space? We can do a lot of savings by planting trees rather than providing medicine to people. In a very recently published study from the US, they found that in neighborhoods with the most green space compared to those with the least, people spend almost $400 less on healthcare in comparison. And as usual, like with all the studies I will present today, this study controlled for other potential explanatory factors like income, neighborhood deprivation, and so on, education. And in order to understand this, why we can save money on planting trees and understand why we came to this realization, we need to understand what causes diseases today. So over the last 100 years, we have had an extreme change in our societies and in the environment, which means that we no longer suffer so much from sanitary issues and cholera and that kind of diseases. Rather, we are suffering from the consequences of a number of different risk factors, such as chronic stress, physical inactivity. We sit in our cars and sit in offices and we take our cars back and forth to work or school or whatever. And this causes air pollution and noise, which in turn makes us very ill and contribute to a number of different diseases. And then, as we talked about a lot already, is the immense threat of climate change to human health. It's a threat to the environment, to the forests, and to humans and to the planet. So these are the kind of situations, the conditions that many people live in today in our cities. They are crowded, there's air pollution, there's a chronic stress, as I mentioned, and again, like the threats from climate change, like the urban heat island, which can result in heat stroke or even death. So what does nature have to do with all of this? Why do we need urban green spaces? Why do we need forests in our cities? Well, as I see, I put on the top there biodiversity, and we have already got that beautifully introduced before, why we need to think in terms of preserving the environment and keeping our species, preserving our species broadly. Because behind the biodiversity, the environment and nature is dependent, all the services are dependent on biodiverse and healthy ecosystems. Only through healthy ecosystems we can get all the services like climate mitigation, reduction of air pollution and noise. And as of late, a few studies have also proved or suggested that the biodiverse microbiome in soil has a direct impact on the gut microbiome of humans, which in turn then has an impact on the immune system and contributing to lower prevalence of allergies and asthma and so on. And then we're talking about the more socio-behavioral pathways like stress reduction, physical activity, which is higher in areas with green spaces, and social cohesion, people being outdoors and connecting to people in the neighborhood, creating a social capital. So there are a number of studies that suggest, and we're getting increasing evidence that these pathways are actually contributing to the number of health effects, the direct indicators of health that have been proven. Yes, I say proved nowadays because the evidence, the quality of the studies are increasingly better. So we know that green spaces in cities contributes to lower prevalence of depression, cardiovascular health diseases, chronic respiratory diseases, and so on, even lower mortality rates. People live longer in greener areas. The nice thing is with green spaces, we don't only see prevention of disease, we also see promotion of mental well-being. Children perform better in school, they have a better cognitive capacity, which has an impact on the rest of their lives. So what's the problem with cities? We know that cities are brilliant places for education, for culture, for providing employment, and so on. So there are many good things with cities. We need to remember that as well. The civilization has done something good after all. However, we also know that in comparison to rural areas, depression, anxiety, and schizophrenia, for example, is much higher in cities compared to on the countryside. There's also experimental studies that provide biological proof for this state. I cannot resist, of course, in these times to also mention the issue of COVID-19 pandemic. It's been around for almost 2 years now. 6.5 million people have died, and the problem with this is that it's not only had this direct impact on physical health, but also the mental health has been seriously impacted, and we have seen a extreme increase in mental health issues, with a 25% increase in depression and anxiety globally. So we were a little bit interested in looking at how nature could have an impact on this, and in particular the lack of nature, what that meant to people living during the pandemic, and in particular in Spain, where the mobility restrictions were prominent. So to do that, we used the COVICAT study, the COVID-19 cohort in Catalonia. It's around 10,000, population-based sample of around 10,000. In conclusion, we found that in areas where people did not have views of nature, this is the interesting thing with this study, I think. We looked at different factors like the surrounding green and so on, but for severe depression, the most important thing was to have views of nature. Those that did not have that were at the 2.5 times higher risk of developing severe depression, which is, as you know, a severe state with eventually even fatal outcomes at times. And as you see here as well, we looked at many different factors and other things that could explain these things. And what we find from this multiple regression study is that use of green space do have a significant impact. So what would the implications be of this in conclusion? That lack of nature may increase the risk of depression, and also lack of green space around increase the risk of moderate depression. So for the policy and planning guidelines, I just quickly wanted to mention the 330-300 rule, which was launched by Cecil Konynendijk, also in the audience here at Nature-Based Solutions Institute. And what is interesting with this one is, of course, that it actually it stipulates that everyone should have views of green spaces from home as well. 3 trees, views of 3 trees from your window. I wanted to briefly mention as well a couple of studies from Canada, where I lived before. So this was a project I was leading around childhood health, and we looked at cognitive development and mental diseases among children, like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. And we found that in areas with small levels of green space and high air pollution, there was a 60% higher risk of developing ADHD, and on the contrary, in areas with a lot of green and low air pollution, there was a 50% reduction in the risk, and this was a population-based sample of around 37,000 children. Since ADHD is a very prevalent issue today, it's an increasing, and we don't know why this increases. There are different reasons for it, but one of them, we think, is the changes in environment. So given this, that it is increasing problem among children, it was encouraging to see that this study got quite a lot of media attention in Spain and in Canada and internationally. And even we were happy to see that Maria Neira, the environmental health officer at the World Health Organization, made a tweet about it. We are happy about these things because this makes us believe that it will actually have an impact on policy. Finally, I want to mention a large study that was conducted also by IS Global, the Barcelona Institute for Global Health, where I'm working, that conducted a health impact assessment study across 31 cities in Europe, and they found that if cities lived up to the World Health Organization recommendation of 300 meters access to maximum 300 meters access distance to green space, 43,000 lives could be saved per year. People live longer in green areas. On the sad note, they found as well that 60% of the population in these cities did not have access to green spaces. So there are many positive messages, but there's also a lot left to do. And I think the only way to achieve this is, as already was said, through transdisciplinary actions. We need to collaborate much more across science, policy, and practice across all levels. And with that, I want to say thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Matilda. I'd like to do it the following way. If there are immediate questions for understanding and so on, you can answer directly. And then I would ask you to sit down here and wait on stage for the other presentation. And then we will do a sort of full discussion with the audience, with the three of you. But is there any immediate question right now? Oh yeah, there is. You have to wait for the microphone.
Yes, hello, my name is Pablo van der Lucht, so I'm author of Tomorrow's Timber. Thank you for referring to that, John. I'm representing Built by Nature. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. I was wondering, do you have any research about the health and well-being effects of the visible use of natural materials, specifically timber?
That's a good question. I'm not updated very much on this. There are a couple of studies, not very large, that suggest that the emissions from wood inside could have a beneficial impact, but you asked about visual impact, right? I didn't hear first. From indoors and buildings, there's not a lot of research done on that, so it's a good idea to look into that further. Thanks.
Okay, and I guess we may actually sort of elaborate a little bit on that in the overall discussion. Okay, so Matilda, please.
Thank you.
Have a seat, and I'm announcing the next presentation. That will be Professor Galina Churkina. She's Professor for Urban Ecosystem Sciences at the Technical University of Berlin, or Berlin University of Technology, whatever we call it. The interesting thing is, I already mentioned that Galina was the first author of the paper on cities as a global carbon, or buildings as a global carbon sink. And actually, I think I hired, as director of the Potsdam Institute, Galina in 1994 or something. When did you come?
A long time ago.
A long time ago. We have forgotten about the date. Long time ago, and she has a training in mathematics and so on, and is now one of the leading scientists when it comes to the carbon cycle and the urban environment, the built environment. So Galina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm grateful to the organizers for inviting me to this symposium. I'm actually looking forward to listening also to the other presentations and also discussing with many of you some of the results and maybe some future research also in the breaks. So I'm going to talk about the cities as carbon sinks, and that sounds maybe a little bit counterintuitive, because we usually think of cities as actually major emitters of carbon, and depending on which source you use, you will come up with roughly 70% of the CO2, that basically cities responsible for roughly 70% of the global CO2 emissions from energy production. However, we shouldn't see the cities in such a kind of gray color. Cities are much prettier than actually, they're not only emitters than we could think of them. And so the cities landscape, is very complex, as you can see here in this picture. And this has very complex system, and John already mentioned that. So there are buildings of different sizes and different configurations. There are also different green areas, and there are from gardens to the small private kind of agricultural plots to parks and even urban forests. So we shouldn't overlook kind of the good thing, and we should actually think of cities a little bit more positively. So as a carbon cycle scientist, I'm going to show a little kind of tutorial on the carbon cycle of cities so that you hopefully understand how the cities have a potential to become future carbon sinks. So the carbon pools, this is basically the places where the cities can store carbon. And of course, they, like natural ecosystems, can store carbon in the vegetation and soils. Also, if the cities have some aquifers, they can save and store carbon in the lakes, rivers, and potentially in the coastal ocean, because actually a lot of cities are located in the coastal areas, and they're actually infringing into the ocean and seas. But the cities also have other infrastructures, right? So they have a lot of infrastructures, including buildings, that are pretty prominent in any cities you go. And finally, there are landfills. That's where the garbage from the cities goes. And of course, the landfills, discussing landfills as carbon sinks maybe is not as popular, but in the long run, maybe there could be some special landfills for carbon storage also in cities or outside them. So if you think of the fluxes, then the picture becomes a little bit more complex, because cities are not self-contained. They cannot actually support themselves. They're really dependent on their footprint or the countryside, where all the resources come from. And this includes the energy sources. And right now, these are mostly the fossil fuels, such as coal, gas, and others. Then there is also the flow of fiber and food, potentially. That's basically materials that come into the cities for construction of buildings or bridges or parking lots, etc. And finally, there is another flow of carbon that is kind of outgoing from the cities, and this is like the waste flow. And this flow can end up outside, somewhere in the urban footprint, but there are also many cities actually that still have their landfills inside. And I've seen this actually landfills in several cities by far. So all of these flows, they contain carbon in different kind of amounts. So the fossil fuels have 70 to 90% content of carbon per kind of unit of weight. And the other ones, such as fiber, food, and waste, they have up to 50% of carbon storage, carbon kind of content in the unit of waste. Then we have the carbon fluxes. So the cities emit, as I already mentioned, but they also uptake carbon. All these green plants that we have in the cities, they uptake carbon. And of course, the greener city is, the higher the potential of this of its vegetation to sequester more carbon. And also the buildings actually uptake carbon. The buildings that contain cement, because cementous materials, they do uptake carbon through the process that is opposite to the cement making. So depending on the climate and actually the porosity of material, the CO2 will kind of diffuse into the cementous materials and bind with calcium oxide there. But this process is very, very slow. It takes hundreds of years before actually the carbon will get into in this material. And so the uptake rate of carbon for the buildings or for the cementous materials is at least 2 orders of magnitude smaller than for the plants. And then finally, so if we kind of bring all these materials from outside of from the urban footprint, we also affect the photosynthesis and the carbon storage outside in this of these ecosystems. So whatever we kind of store in the cities, and of course, if we build with timber, we will not be able to grow all this timber in the cities. but we will have to bring it from outside. So if you take it somewhere in the forest, we have to make sure that this carbon pool will be replenished after some time. And we have to make sure basically that this will be done as fast as possible. And finally, there is one more kind of caveat about the effects of cities on the carbon pools and fluxes. There are a lot of emissions and pollutants that have been mentioned also in the previous talk that are originating in the cities, and they, of course, obviously affect the human health, but they also affect the plants and their carbon uptake inside of the cities and also outside. So one of them is CO2. The nitrogen oxides, they actually act as fertilizers. So if you have high CO2 concentrations, plants will uptake more. And also the same applies to the nitrogen oxides, but some others, like sulfur dioxide and the ozone, they reduce the carbon uptake of the plants. So this will reduce the ability of the plants to uptake carbon and store it long term. So finally, we come back to this pretty picture of Berlin. And so even though it's a very green city, and it has a lot of vegetation, roughly 30% of Berlin is covered by some sort of greenery. The buildings actually, they dominate the landscape. And if you look at the weight of the buildings relative to the trees, of course, the buildings will win. So if we try to increase the carbon pools in the city, we have to think of buildings and buildings differently. And John already mentioned that. So, we have to, currently we store actually carbon also in materials such as steel and concrete, but in very, very small amounts. So for steel, we cannot really even show it here. It's less than 0.5%. But for cement, over time, as I already mentioned, the carbon dioxide will diffuse in the material and will be stored there. But it's just around roughly 12% of the kind of by unit weight. What dominates this picture, you see that the emissions, both of these materials, they do emit a lot. The production of these materials is associated with high emissions of carbon. So if we compare it to the timber materials, we have slightly lower emissions, and we have a huge amount of carbon that is actually can be stored. As I mentioned, 50% of the timber material is actually carbon. There is another thing that is important to consider here is the material intensity. So the timber material is much lighter. So you need by weight substantially less material to build the same building. And you will store carbon, at the same time you will emit less. It's a simple kind of multiplication exercise. So how much actually we can store in those pools? So this picture shows the capacity of urban green plants to store carbon. And this study was done by my colleagues from Yale for New York City. So they estimated the carbon storage above ground in different kind of vegetation types of different density. And they came up with this gradient. From 12 kilograms of carbon per square meter to 31 kilograms of carbon per square meter. So if we put building here, then we can store substantially more. I mean, you can see that it's up to 180 kilograms of carbon per square meter that we can store, because we have a substantially denser carbon storage in a building, and we can kind of lay it off over several floors. So the question, if actually a building can become a carbon sink, this is kind of a curious question, I guess. And I want to show this building that is located in Zweisimmen in Switzerland. And this temperature in this place, it's in Matterhorn region. So it's in July, it's roughly 21 degrees Celsius, and the winter temperature is around 1 degree Celsius. So can anybody say actually the temperature of the coldest month of the city where you come from? So that just to put it in the context, not to say that this is 1 degree and here it's 20 degrees, but I don't care about 1 degree. Does anybody? No? What? Okay. The mean annual temperature of January? Minus 15? So I actually looked up Helsinki. Helsinki is at minus 2 degrees Celsius. And Berlin is roughly the same temperature. So New Haven is in Connecticut, where Yale is located, is minus 1. And Barcelona is plus 15. So this is the context. I don't know about the other cities. I mean, I know that a few people actually come from those cities, so I think I should mention. So this building, I think, is actually has the potential to become the first candidate for being the carbon sink, because it has a lot of carbon stored in this dowel laminated timber material that is basically it's built of, because this the production of this material and construction of this building was associated with astonishingly low emissions of carbon, because there is no glues actually used in to produce these materials. It used only the dowels, and the timber was harvested at the time when the tree has the minimum water content. So the energy costs for drying this timber is lower than ever. So the next interesting fact about this building, that it has no heating, cooling, cooling. Basically, I think it's kind of not so surprising, but it also has no heating, fireplace, or kind of any kind of heating system. So it has very, very low carbon emissions from operation, from operating this building, and the temperature inside of the building stays above 18 degrees Celsius. So maybe this is the first candidate. So I'm closing. I've been talking already for a while. So how can cities effectively mitigate climate change? Obviously, we should think of this gray picture that I started with, the presentation, and the cities do have to reduce emissions, and they're actually trying to do that in many ways, including traffic, operational energy, kind of reduction, electrification. But we also need to think of increasing the uptake of carbon. And this carbon uptake can be basically happening inside of the cities, planting more trees, basically increasing the amount of urban vegetation. But also we have to make sure that if we build with timber, and building with timber is important because we want to enhance the carbon pools in the cities, it is associated with carbon removal from the natural ecosystems, from the forest. So we have to make sure that this forest carbon is actually, and this carbon debt is repaid in the shortest time possible. So here I want to close, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot. Does it work? Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Now it works again. Thanks for the technology. So thanks a lot, Galina, for this overview. So is there any immediate question? Otherwise, I will ask Galina to join the panel here. Very difficult to see. No, that's not the case. But there are many questions actually in store. So Galina, please sit down. And I'm announcing now the last lady on our panel here. That is Barbara Widera from the University of Wroclaw in Poland, who has kindly sort of agreed to stand in for Jeffrey Wess. But I should say a few words about Barbara. We met when we worked out a report for the European Commission called the Nexus Report. It is about, on the one hand, the new European Bauhaus and how it could be supported by Horizon Europe. And you know, Horizon Europe is the biggest interdisciplinary research program in the world, about 100 billions for really important cross-disciplinary, even transdisciplinary activities. And the idea was to create a roadmap how Horizon Europe in the next 5-7 years and so on could foster, fund actually activities, in particular for the built environment, in the spirit of the new European Bauhaus. So we brought together a really interesting group of people, and the 4 lead authors are actually Barbara, Andrea Kuttner, she's sitting over there, she will moderate the next session, and Ellen Organschi. Ellen, are you here somewhere? No, he has gone? Okay, anyway, so we had a group of very interesting people, also Francesca Bria was involved, and we did this Nexus report, which you can download from the website of the European Commission, very important. But the theme of Barbara in particular is how we can use, adopt, simulate the principles of natural evolution in the built environment, in construction of cities. It was very fashionable in the 1960s and 1970s. It was called biomimicry, biomimetics and all that. But now it's really coming back. It's not just an entertainment anymore. This is really about how we transform the built environment in a sense of cyberorganic architecture, as I mentioned briefly. So Barbara gave a similar presentation at the workshop at the Vatican recently in July. But here you are in Barcelona, and tell us about, give us your message, Barbara. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, John. It is really astonishing because when I talk to you, it seems like I know you for 100 years and we only met in person in November last year. So it's hard to believe. But, okay. Bom dia, señoras y señores. Buenos días, señoras y señores. And finally, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. And indeed, I am an architect and I am a researcher. And before I start, may I ask for just for a moment for a house lights? And I'd like to ask you, how many of you here are architects or urban planners? Okay, thank you. And the ones that did not raise their hands are lying to me, because now we are all architects and urban planners, because we all take the responsibility on the built environment. And you clearly know that the built environment currently is facing a huge number of challenges, which can be solved with contemporary technology, but typically it is connected with excessive consumption of energy. And this is something that today we cannot afford anymore. And maybe you have noticed, this is also astonishing, because physics and physicians, mathematicians and architects, we all speak the same voice. We have to reduce dependencies on energy, on fossil fuel in particular, and we have to increase the use of renewable energy sources. So we have to combine it with effective energy storage system. And in particular today, we are talking about how we can transform the building schemes in cities from carbon emitting to carbon sequestrating. So I will try to show you a couple of concepts, a couple of solutions which we can use to overcome the crisis, and especially in terms of the climate change. As John mentioned, and as it was in the introduction, I was newly appointed by the European Commission a member of the mission board for climate change, adaptation to climate change mission, and colleagues already call me a connecting link between the new European Bauhaus, mission cities, and mission climate, because these things are very, very strongly connected. So when we meet here today to talk about Biocities, it is first necessary to understand then in the city biotope, we are living in the kind of relation which can be unfortunately described as parasiticism, which is a relation in which one partner benefits at the expenses of another. So first thing to do that we have to change is to embrace the opportunity to work towards symbiosis and at least towards well-balanced competition, which can also be described as sustainability. And the knowledge transfer from biological systems, understanding the biological systems and applying this knowledge to in systems and processes produced by human. This is something that I used to call biomimetics, but I also like the name that John is using, like biocyber, you say? Cyber organics, okay, whatever we can agree, because it's basically about the same. So the starting point is the observation of natural systems, learning from that, but it's not about forgetting the technology that we have. So if we combine the two things correctly, we can go to wonderful conclusions, and we can produce some innovations that we need to really provide the safe built environment for as many inhabitants this globe has as possible. And there are several concepts that we can learn from nature. One of my favorites is the ability to actively respond to changing environmental condition, and this involves selective heat storage. So the natural system that mastered this concept is the camel's hump, right? And in the built environment, we can apply this thermoregulation strategy with basically easy to apply systems with affordable systems. So I'm showing you the example from the Gaza Strip, where getting any materials, any building materials is extremely challenging. It's comparable to Burkina Faso, already mentioned today. So in this particular building, in the children's land, the walls were constructed from the bags, simply filled with earth, pressed on the top for stabilization, and this was combined with the overhanging roof, ventilated roof, which supports convection. So this is one pool. Another pool is, of course, related to very advanced systems for thermoregulation, including the controlled flows of energy, of liquids, of gas in combination with phase change material and night radiant cooling. So I'm not going to discuss all these specific solutions. If you want, we can come back to them later, and if we have time to do this. But let me refer to one story that Ludwig Mies van der Rohe mentioned in his memories when he talked to the customer, or maybe expected to be the customer, and he proposed this beautiful building with open space, never completed, by the way, and the customer said, but I cannot live in a space like this, I need more room. And then the architect asked, but why do you need the room? Well, for my things, for my stuff, for picture, for different things. And then the customer said, I need more space. And the architect answered, but if I do for you what you are asking for, you will have no space. And this is the similar twist that we have to do today. So we have to move from the buildings that are just filled with empty space, and we can fill them with greenery. And then we have more space, actually, because it's a green space, it's filled with daylight, it provides better air quality, And the test bed for such a solution was completed for Expo Milano in 2015 by the colleagues from Austria in the pavilion, Breathe Austria pavilion. And then they tested how we can complement the natural processes, so basically photosynthesis and evapotranspiration, with a little bit of technological solutions supported with a minimal amount of photovoltaic energy. So the fans, sprinklers, fog diffusers, they enhanced the evapotranspiration and photosynthesis to provide the amount of oxygen enough for 1,800 visitors per hour. So this is something that Galina mentioned. We can calculate how much oxygen can be produced, how much carbon dioxide can be used in photosynthesis, and definitely we can think about very advanced solutions, for different solutions for building skins, biofiltration with building walls, outside and inside, that improve air quality. We can combine the building skin functions with energy production. Nature-based example would be this electricity-producing alga, but also we can learn from the flow patterns. When we observe the organisms and how they behave in natural conditions, like for example birds and fish, they developed the ability to adjust the position of the body to survive in strong winds and strong sea currents. So we can apply similar techniques in buildings to reduce the energy demand, but also, even what's more, we can design the building facades to respond directly to the position of the sun during the year. And for example, in this Center for Sustainable Energy Technologies in Ningbo, China, Mario Cucinella and his team, they have proven that the university building can work for most of the year only on passive strategies, while only for few days of the year some active strategies using minimal amounts of energy, again from renewable sources, they are used. So it is mostly about correctly designed ventilation patterns, the facade angles. So I don't know if I have pointer here, probably not, but if you observe the position of the sun, of the solar radiation in summer, it is reflected from the facade, while in the winter it is possible to gain, it is possible to use solar gains and have the ventilated air preheated. So it's all about flows. The life is about flows, energy, matter, gas, liquid. And we really need to adapt this knowledge in the way we design cities. So when we combine the ventilation channels with water bodies, we have better circulation patterns, we can reduce the electricity consumption, we have more pleasant ambience, but also we need to remember that when we conquered the cities, we also blocked the water bodies, and we are using them, and human beings. It's for our comfort, especially in the cities, and cities are now 80% of the globe, if I'm not wrong. So in this specific building, in Jose Serrano Center for Global Conservation, the building is elevated above water, so it uses passive cooling for the pleasant ambience. It's got minimal environmental footprint. It's fully recyclable, and also some parts of the buildings are from recycling, like these wooden louvers that come from former oak wine barrels that were not in use anymore. But what I wanted to say that in this specific place, the building is designed to provide the access to water for these plants and animals that they need to live, and they have to live on the edge of earth and water, like small reptiles, some birds, dragonflies, and a lot of them are losing their habitats. And we can we can use different strategies, from passive down-draft evaporative cooling to the district scale ventilation. And it's not about one golden rule that we are going to adapt. We can use kinetic facades that adjust to the amount of light we have. We can open up for solar radiation if it's needed. And as I say, we need to understand how we can combine different strategies. Circularity for maximum usage of rainwater and salt water in the regions where water is an issue. Optimization using these genetic algorithms for structural systems so we do not produce too much waste. And the thing that we can really learn from organisms is that in natural conditions, animals build their homes from what is available around. And in cities, when we think about bringing material, we can also make a small change. So instead of bringing wood from the forest, I mean, this is one way, but we can also bring forest to the city. And if it's possible on Equator, which I'm showing right now, in this very exclusive Park Royal Hotel in Singapore, there is no air conditioning in public areas because it's correct shading strategies, evaporative cooling, and the spaces are filled with greenery to the maximum possible extent. So what we can learn from organisms as well, that in the ecosystems, they use only as much space as they need, and they learn to share. And the coral reef is a very complex ecosystem, very sensitive. And the last thing that I want to say today, that we can all also learn and we can use the coral reef as our living lab. Because coral reef represents a symbiosis where alga is hosted in coral polyp cells. It produces oxygen and energy for alga, but also for coral, but also protects coral from the radiation. And when temperature rises, the alga would produce oxygen in toxic amounts. So this is now expelled and eventually dies. And the temperature range that would stress coral to the lethal levels now, it's exactly the same that John mentioned before. It's between 1 to 2 Celsius degrees. So to make the long story short, it is possible to restore the life on coral reef if the temperature rises or if we replant alga that's resistant to temperature. And I argue that the same model can be used in the built environment. So in the middle you have the coral structure, and the two other examples are buildings. So the thing that we can definitely do in a structure and systemic way is to replant the greenery where once forest was, and now when we have cities, and we can do it from the urban planning scale, but also we can do it on our individual basis. So this is the conclusion. We can restore the life in the cities, and we can transform the building skins to carbon sequestrating. And now let me ask you again, how many of you are architects or urban planners? Now this is much better, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Barbara. So please have a seat here. So we have a wonderful lineup of speakers. And so we have just 10 minutes or so. And we cut into the... No? We have to leave immediately? Okay, 5 minutes into the coffee break. I mean, that's what coffee breaks are for, to sort of eliminate them. No, I'm not serious. So 5 minutes. Are there any, okay, I could put it this way. If I ask, are there any absolutely burning questions? And probably nobody will ask a question. No, we have a gentleman already. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I dare to break the coffee break, shorten it. Gert Nabius, Wageningen University. I'm also, I was IPCC coordinating lead author in the land use chapter in the 6th assessment report. And I actually have a question for you, Professor Schellnhuber. Well, the land use sector has always been portrayed as the one with the largest mitigation potential, an enormous role to play in carbon and other mitigation efforts. And all the IPCC assessments gave that potential. But we also see that in reality, since the Kyoto Protocol, well, very minimal action has taken place. It's very difficult to change that land use sector. Do you have a view from what in your mind is needed to get this land use sector in the right direction?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I can try to answer. I mean, if there are questions for the ladies here, so please ask immediately, and otherwise we will continue during the coffee break. That's also what coffee breaks are for. You can directly address the speakers here. But a quick answer is that, I mean, land use and land use change was always the stepchild of the IPCC and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. It was done reluctantly, mostly because people and countries like Australia, I recall I was in Kyoto during the Kyoto Protocol negotiations. This was always a way of evading and avoiding emissions reduction, because you always argued with wonderful biological sinks and this will compensate what we do with heavy industry and so on. It was always a dishonest game in my view. It's only very recently that one has reconsidered that the right way of land use is actually part of the climate solution. And it turns out, as I tried to argue, because we have to remove carbon from the atmosphere now, it is the key factor actually. But this cannot be done by just leaving the land as it is. It is active transformation we have to do. And I didn't mention this before, because of global warming, which cannot be avoided anymore. So if we have 2 degrees of warming, that is on land 3 to 4 degrees, and in certain areas, like in the Mediterranean, it's 6 degrees warming, even the 2 degrees global. And for that, we have actively managed forests, acres, fields, things like that. And of course, there are 2 attitudes toward, and also in the European Commission. So Timmermans thinks a little bit differently from Ursula von der Leyen. So if you leave the forest as they are and you let as many fields just fallow and so on, you suck up carbon actually for the next 30 years, but when it's over, and when the land will turn into a carbon source again. While if you now go into the transformation of land use, you may lose a little bit of carbon sink capacity in the next decades, but then it will be a steady inflow of carbon into the land. And that is the transformation we have to plan now. And because it's such a slow process, we have to start immediately. So, sorry, I didn't want to give an extra lecture, and we can discuss it over debate. But are there any questions to the ladies now? Otherwise, you can address them.
John, can I add?
Yeah.
I just recommend you to read the chapter about cities in the new IPCC report. It's chapter 8, working group 3, and that's where you can read about different kind of solutions.
Nice.
Question to Matilda.
Yeah.
Yes, because this year I had a great experience. I was living a few weeks with indigenous communities in the middle of the Amazon in Ecuador. And of course, I saw that they live, you could say, in the opposite ecosystem of our cities. And I was wondering if there are some research studies comparing some of the health parameters of indigenous communities which literally live in the middle of the forest in nature compared to cities, you know, to have like a business as usual compared to the first site where we were living, you know. I thought that it would be very interesting because the way they live, of course, is totally different, but they are really embedded in nature.
Yes, thanks a lot. Is it on? Yeah. Thanks a lot for the question. It's extremely interesting, and it's unfortunately, as you could maybe imagine, it's not a lot of studies done on that. And always when we do our reviews, our systematic literature reviews, the conclusion is always that 90% of the research on nature and health is done in Europe, North America, and to some extent also in Australia. So we know very little. And so this is, and I've been focusing on urban green areas, so not very much on the wilderness, but as you say, it's a completely different way of living. So I think, and also, yeah, it's so much to talk about in relation to that, because it's also what I think we've lost in the modern sort of Western way of thinking in science is this, we already been touching upon it, this sort of common sense, and also the traditional kind of knowledge, a completely different way of creating knowledge. Which has been done for thousands of years in indigenous populations, which is based much more on storytelling and learning from nature directly and so on. But it's in the kind of studies, the kind of research that we are learning from today and the kind of research I've been presenting today, it's from a more Western kind of perspective. But I do think we need to look very much more into that and learn very much from what has been learned over millennia. Thanks.
So I guess we have to close, unless otherwise we will be kicked off the panel. But I may say two things only. One is referring to what Matilda said in the beginning. We learned also at the symposium at the Pontifical Academy that about 50% of all cancer cases could be avoided by different behavior, by relation to nature and so on. 50%, I mean, that is millions and millions of lives saved, actually, with a better. And the second is, I wanted to refer to what Barbara said, because you mentioned with symbiosis. Now we are the parasites of the earth and of nature, and we should become coexisting with nature in symbiosis. And in Rome, and also when we talk about the Barcelona Protocol and so on, we talk about the re-entanglement of civilization and nature. And I think it can become a notion as powerful as the Renaissance in the 15th century, the re-entanglement of our human civilization with nature. And you have seen beautiful examples for that. And it's good for health, it's good for the climate, it's good for our souls, actually, to become re-entangled. And with that, I would like to conclude. Thanks for your attention. Give a big applause to the ladies on stage.
like to ask you to sit down and get ready for our next session. So my name is Andrea Kuttner, and I have this privilege to be a session coordinator now for a start, together with Cecile, that will do it further, the second panel. So I'm a wood scientist coming from Slovenia and being also a director of research institute dealing with the use of timber in built environment. Otherwise, I would say I'm one of the ambassadors of wood and timber. If I talk with architects, more timber as a word is being used. I was sort of astonished by how many architects we have today in the room, so I'm a bit nervous because I know that it's different, but it's a wonderful opportunity to connect all different stakeholders. But for the start, I would like to introduce to you the keynote that Vicente, who you all know and who is one of the reasons that we are all here today, will give us a talk on the Biocities and knowledge to action and the examples that were already done in the past. And Vicente, I'm honored to give you the floor, and please welcome him together with me, please.
So good morning. It's a big pleasure to be here in this hybrid environment with architects and forest engineers and biologists. So I have been invited from Mark, that I learned so much in the last years, to try to explain vision for the future. And I will start from the beginning, because we came down from a tree in order to become humans. In fact, our genetic ancestors are still there. And that's why for us, humans, a tree is home, a forest is home. And the truth is that when Vitruvio, that was the first Roman theorist, was trying to explain the origins of architecture, he used the comparison of the tree and how the structure of the trunks were able to create the basic form of architecture, that this is what inspired the Greeks and since today. But as you know, I was chief architect of the city of Barcelona for 4 years, and I had the opportunity to run the city, to lead the most important transformations. But what I realized is, if we wanted to define a future, we should look to the history. And that's why we are doing this simple diagram explaining the 5 phases of the cities in the foundational city from the Romans and so on. So yeah, when John was explaining his diagram about 2200, I thought, well, I like also to look to the past, because if we see how the civilization has changed, we should be able to understand and to decide how we want to transform ourselves. In fact, working as chief architect, I defined this vision for the year 2055. We say we should be a city of 0 emissions, and everyone say, well, you are crazy, no? This is not going to happen. The interesting thing is that right now, this is the mantra for the European Union. And what we discovered also is that every 50 years, there is a new urban model. So if we go back 150 years, we see that these urban models happen when there are some big revolutions. In this case, the Industrial Revolution was arriving to the cities, and also the technologies of war also has changed many rules for the cities. When we had guns like that, the walls were not useful anymore, and that's why the city that at that moment was like this, with narrow streets. This is a picture of Barcelona, the historical center. So there were some people thinking that with this new technology, the trains didn't fit into these small streets, and that's why we should think how the future of cities should be. So in Barcelona, we have Ildefonso Cerdà, that was the engineer that did the master plan for the city. And you see that he multiplied 10 times the surface of the city. And we are right now here in the center, you see in the right with this rotated square, where the three main avenues, he thought this should be the center of Barcelona. This museum and this place is exactly in this point. But what is important, and we have been architects many times, we have been inspired for those that are practitioners, but also the right theory. Cerdà first did a plan, and after that he planned to do a theory. And then in this moment of the 19th century was a moment of scientific revolution. And then he was trying to describe and developing a systemic way how streets should be. So the invention of today's street was done exactly at that moment. And then the engineers like him in Paris and other places, they start to introduce trees, they start to introduce the segregation of the public transportation, the water switch, the lighting in the street. All of this was the invention produced at that moment of the history. And then urbanization was that moment when we were transforming agricultural land or natural land into something that we call cities. And in order to do this in a more systemic way, he decided to write a theory that I had the chance to translate for the first time, the general theory of urbanization. So the word urbanization was invented in Barcelona by Ildefons Cerdà with this publication. And what is quite incredible is that moment there were Darwin, he published some years before on the origin of species. Marx was publishing The Capital the same year that Cerdà was publishing the general theory of urbanization. So there was an industrial revolution happening in cities, and the discussion was if we should do a social revolution or we should do cities, or we should do both. The interesting thing is, in fact, only 6 years later, Haeckel coined the word ecology. Ecology and urbanization were coined almost the same year. And this is incredible because this is the discussion that we have today between cities, between ecology, and also with the social challenges that we have in front of us. 50 years later, as John explained this morning, we have another big war. We had also the so-called Spanish flu, that, by the way, was not created in Spain. But because Spain was not participating in the war, there was free press, and then they were publishing news about the flu while others were just dying without information. And then it was the moment, another moment that we admire so much, when the most important and influential school of architecture center that were merging arts, design and architecture, they say, to design from a spoon to the city, was created. It was also the moment the Bauhaus was doing great things and also produced some kind of nightmares, because Hilbert Seimer was doing this proposal about this modern city, and in the modern city you find urban segregation, you find concrete structures, and you have a lot of private cars. So all these ideas have destroyed the world. So it's obvious that it was not an evil plan behind of that. There was no someone meeting in the south deciding we are going to destroy the world in 100 years. But the truth is that following some of these things that at that moment were the progress, the impact some years later had been catastrophic. Not this idea of cities where the people just live here, they were there, and that's why they are moving so much from one side to another. 50 years later, as I say, we had the energy crisis connected with these Middle East wars, and also we had some social crisis. And it was the moment, in fact, when the citizens say, stop. This is my hometown, Valencia, where we have an old riverbed with incredible Gothic bridges and so on. And then the engineers were proposing to have a highway because we need to move faster, we need to move ourselves more. And then the citizen engagement produced that some years later, this is a park. So citizens are fundamental in order to transform the reality, even if the more brilliant minds, they can have some incredible ideas about themselves. It was a moment also when cities start to look back to the center. One of the best examples was Centre Pompidou with this kind of radical technology architecture, but also the idea of coming back to the city center. And then in '92, we have the Rio, and in Rio was defined the idea of sustainable development, and then the sustainable cities was defined here. So all the ecological movements and the science described in the 60s have a first milestone in the year '92. And in the year 98, something else happened. It was the Guggenheim effect with the idea of this iconic architecture, an architecture that was attracting a lot of tourists, but at the same time, an architecture that was full of, they didn't take care at all the value chain, where the materials were coming from, and which was the impact beyond the attraction of tourists and so on. And now, we are today. And today we have, again, the climate change with all the side impacts, and we had also the COVID. That was another variable of this climate change and the pressure that we are putting on the nature. And here we arrived to the 2020s, where most of the European cities are built. We are not expanding our cities too much. But then in our cities, we make mistakes, no? You see, we built this is the square that Cerdà say that this should be the city center. And in the 1992, some people decide to build a park and ride in the center and to build this elevated highway. So to make a mistake is very expensive, especially in the cities. And you see here, we are in the building in the right. So our vision when I was chief architect was that we should really transform the whole city and to transform into a green structure. And the best way to do it should be to start from the center. We should make a manifesto transforming what was the biggest mistake of these 19th. And then I would say that one of my most important work was not to build anything, but to demolish something. And so that's why when we were talking with Mark, where we should make this meeting about Biocities, we say we should be here. When you go out, you will see that the picture is very different. The highway doesn't exist, and then basically we are doing a park. And then when we do a park, then the winner of the competition are some French and Barcelona teams with a proposal called Urban Canopy. And then what was incredible is that architects start also to draw the underground. The idea of the infiltration of the water, the idea of the transpiration, the idea of creating this place that one day only, in fact, 10 years ago, was full of cars and so on, now is a green place. So, and that's why we have decided to work with the idea of the Biocities. We have worked with Giuseppe and Daniel Ibáñez and many other colleagues that are here, Michael Salka, working on what are Biocities. And then we say, and this is a radical statement, Biocities are the cities that follow the rules of the natural systems in order to promote life and biodiversity. So cities are changing, as I proved, as I showed you. Remember the narrow street, remember the Bauhaus Hilbersheimer vision. Now we are able to do and to produce another big transformation. We hope that in 100 years, people will not blame us for what we are going to do. But what we are going to do is to transform our cities, to start to disasphalt the public space and so on. So that's why we make this comparison between today's industrial city that is generating CO2, a lot of emissions. We bring concrete as steel, we use petrochemical, we spend a lot of energy, we use containers to send goods all over the world. And then the Biocities are cities that are merging with the nature, that use renewable energy, cities that absorb CO2 instead to emit CO2, you know. Why, if we have a system that is there, that there is a lot of science, many of you are biologists and engineers, that you have the science about how to manage the forest, how the forests work, why we cannot apply that science to design and manage our cities. That's why we are also interested about the whole cycle. Architects that has been focused so much time just in the form, no? The Bilbao effect. I want a Bilbao, was saying the mayors, because I will make a picture and I will attract tourists. No. Bilbao is great, but we should have some green Bilbao. We should have a vision that that allow to connect the forest management, the deputy mayor said before, the industrialization of the timber use, the advanced design using digital technologies, and a fast construction. And that's why our institute, the Institute for Advanced Architecture, why architects we are here? Because maybe we make a mistake. We bought a piece of land that some of you will be coming on Saturday. Some students that are living there are here today. And then you see that the Barcelona that we know are there, down over there. But we have another Barcelona that is this green center that is the forest of Collserola. So we have a piece of land there. And what we imagine, so what we thought is that in order to do a revolution, you need to have an army. You need to have people that are able to produce these changes. Not only people making science, but people on the ground designing, fighting, discussing, applying for competitions, and so on. So that's why education is so important. If you don't have the people on the ground with the right knowledge, everything will be theory. And that's why we decided to create a program that is happening here in Widera, where our students are learning how to do sustainable management of the forest. So we cut every year some trees. We transport these trees, and we do some traceability and georeferences. We bought a machine instead to do 3D printing, is to cut the timber and to produce the lumber. We dry the lumber, and then we also have a carpentry that is not robotics, but is quite good. You can do many things. And then we bought the smallest CLT press in the world, you know? It's the smallest one, 120 by 250, and then with that, with Daniel Ibanez, we have been co-directing this program during 4 years. Now we can produce panels, and what we do every year is we build a prototype. So our intention is to design, to manage the forest, to produce timber, to make a design, and to do prototypes every year, because the best experience for the young people is to make things with their hand, to smell the timber, to hear the noise of how you cut the wood. And then during the year of the pandemic, this is a picture of the hard moment of the lockdown. Our students had a lockdown in 130 hectares, and they were doing a design and a construction for this quarantine cabin. That was the idea. Let's do a place where you can quarantine when there is a problem, no? So this is what we prove in a small scale, and then we learn a lot. Although it's a small, tiny house, it's something that shows all the process of how we should develop the industry. And we're also working with people like Bestiario and others in order to develop software to do the hard traceability. If we want to know, we want to be ecological, and we want to build the future, we need to produce things near the place where we consume them, basically because it's more ecological and it's more resilient. 10 years ago, I wrote that book, The Self-Sufficient Cities, saying we should produce our own energy in the cities, and it was a good wish. And the people say, no, no, in Germany, they say, we can still use the gas from Russia, we'll make some friendship, you know? Here we are. So that means that now we need to do because we do, because sometimes the gas tube explodes in the Baltic or wherever. So anyhow, at that moment also, the city of Barcelona launched a competition where the interesting thing, and that's why fundamental policy, they say the reduction of the price, that normally is very important, they say it will be only 10%. But the reduction of the emissions will give 30% of the points. And the reduction of the time of construction will give 30% of the points. So we create a team, we make the project with Daniel Ibanez, and then we won this competition with these big terraces that will be hosting trees. So this is social housing in Barcelona that will be first building with trees in the facade. But not only this, following the idea of the self-sufficiency, in the ground floor will be a laboratory of fabrication, and in the rooftop will be the first solar greenhouse made in Barcelona, where we'll produce energy and we'll produce food using vertical farming. So this is what we need to ask to architects. This is what we need to ask to architecture. We need to ask more things. Buildings in the Bauhaus were great. They invented the glass facade and many other things. But now we need to keep asking, Architects and architecture is not like that because it was created like that. We are inventing always. That means that we need to be asking more things. So I had a great experience. It was a kind of miraculous thing that some nuns asked me to make a church in, a school in Africa. And then in Africa, that 1 billion people will be urbanized in the next years, they are building like this, using concrete. So the discussion was, I will do with wood, and they say we want to do with concrete. But then finally, I went to the forest again in a bigger scale, what we have in Barcelona, and we see how they do really sustainable forest management, how they have a different timber that we have here. And we are going to do the first timber school using local timber in Cameroon. And the other important thing is following this reflection, because it will be a huge urbanization in Africa. The discussion is which model we are going to follow. If you see the new Cairo built with the support of the Chinese, they are exporting the Chinese 20th century industrial model to Africa. This will collapse the planet, because this is the place where bigger urbanization is going to happen. We need to follow new rules. So here we were applying the branched linear city, following some fractal geometry, and then the idea was how we start creating a biofactory to produce a machine that will let the city to build by itself. So the idea of using timber buildings, using solar panels, using mostly walkable street, using the market that they have. So we have been trying to do a very realistic, architects, we have Jaime Lerner that died, that was one of the fathers of the sustainable development. He said we should stop be egocentrics to become ecocentrics, no? And then this idea of having your ego on top of the reality is what has been destroying our cities many times. So we have seen many samples, people saying we'll do strange architecture, following the Bilbao effect will be great, but this is a disaster. So using timber, we need to go back to be simple, to be systematic, and to be using some kind of connection with the cultural environment where we are. So this is one of our projects that we did for Gabon. And what is more important is, after working 10 years in Widera in the forest, I realized that, in fact, the future is a forest. John explained very well what can happen in 200 years, and then in our timeline, this is a very short period of time. Because the history shows us that if we don't make major transformation, our future will be like this. In 100 years, Barcelona could become a forest, without anyone planting anything, because the city was abandoned, as it happened in Birmania and in many Maya cities and so on. Or, option two, we design the cities like a forest. We design new cities using the raw material, as I said before, absorbing CO2, and also doing, this is an image of these superillas here in Barcelona, where there is a major transformation, planting trees, desasphalting the city, and also dealing with the buildings around. In order to make this possible, we need to have a dream, but we need to be very practical. So I was lucky to be invited by John and Mark to be in the Vatican, being part with Phil, with Alan, and many, Andrea, many others on this charter in Rome. But now we decide that in Barcelona we should present an application of that charter. So 2 days ago, the same day in the Mies van der Rohe, when some of you were starting to drink, we are taking this picture in front of the pavilion, in front of the timber onyx wall, the pavilion that we designed with Daniel Ibáñez and Alan Organschi, this collaboration Barcelona-Berlin with Bauhaus, and then the city of Barcelona also joined it with the FAI, etc. And then what we would like to do is to develop first regional charters in different parts of the world, because the way to make this transformation in Africa will be different. That's why today we have a delegation from Cape Town, but also to try that many cities in Europe adopt some of these ideas in order the first immediate actions or short term are asking for really be very specific about this transformation. That's all. I hope that you enjoy Barcelona.
Thank you very much for very great presentation and demonstrating how you go from a forest directly to the built environment, which I think it's a very important aspect when we are talking about creating biocities, especially as we want to create them in different parts of the world, so we should be knowing and understanding the materials that we have. I have now the pleasure to invite my three panelists, and I will do it a bit differently than John did earlier, but I will see how successful I will be with the timing and so on. But so Devothe Mukeshimana, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Please come. She's an architect from Africa. She will be sharing with us her projects, and I would also like to say that I hope you don't mind. I think that the one that the many others should follow in Africa and beyond to be encouraged to do the timber architecture. Then Farrow from Canada, who will be talking about the health in buildings. And it was earlier a question how people are actually reacting to the built environments. Come here, because I would like to have you here on the stage. And, and Alan, who is active in US as well as Europe, and I think one of those that knows how to turn the practice all the way to the policy makers, as well as transforming all of this to younger generations when lecturing at the Yale University. So, Devothe, please, the floor is yours. We said we will be very brief, that we will have a chance to also discuss and afterwards. So, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mukeshimana Devothe, and I'm coming from Kigali, Rwanda. So, as our panel is going to talk about biobased construction for regenerating urbanization, me also I have 2 points to talk about. As you all know, the most challenging problem that we have is climate change. And then it's an emerging problem that you have to look for solution as soon as possible. So as here we are many architects and urban planners, so we are the one to work hand in hand with the government, with our clients, so that we can achieve, to make the solution as soon as possible. So the first point that I'm going to talk about is the fight against climate change in the built environment through biobased construction next us to future resilient cities. And the second point is contribution of biobased building materials in the built environment, in the development of resilient buildings and cities. As you can see on this diagram, according to the data from 2017, put CO2 at the top of today's greenhouse gases emission. And from that one, globally 1/3 of CO2 emissions are caused by building industry, which means that to overcome this one, as young architects and architects who are here, we should aim to produce the building which are carbon negative. And how? In order to achieve that, biobased construction can help to support a carbon negative building industry. And from those diagrams, it shows that the building and construction sector remain a critical element in the race to keep carbon emission below dangerous level for our planet, which means that the building consume 35% of energy produced and are responsible for 38% of global carbon emission, which making the largest contribution to the sector to the climate change. And the climate change has a huge impact to the human health, where there is a rising in temperature, there is more extreme in weather, there is rising in sea levels, and also there is increasing in carbon dioxide levels. And this is the most challenges that we have, which force us to find the new ways of overcoming it in construction industry. And the use of materials, the normal materials that we normally use nowadays, like cement, concrete, and steel, enormous quantity of amount of carbon dioxide are released, which means that in construction industry, we have to look the integration of environmental impact and mitigation, which promote the use of renewable construction materials. On this diagram, it shows like the solution that you have to look for using bio-based construction. And those bio-based construction are mostly derived from plants, renewable agriculture, and also from forestry materials. And from that one, it will help to promote sustainable development, well-being, and inclusive growth. And bio-based building materials, by using them properly in a better way, it will help us to promote biodiversity and also contribute to the long-term carbon storage. And also by using bio-based building materials, as considered as carbon dioxide neutral, and that there is a vital in reducing of effect of climate change. And also by using bio-based building materials, they assure our health and comfortable indoor climate through the moisture and the heat regulatory properties. And they also reduce the energy needs for cooling and heating in building, as well as urban heat island. And also the usage of plant-based building materials, there's also an augmentation towards eco-friendly, sustainable, and effective multifunctional materials. So the first case study that I was taking by using bio-based building materials, I was first taking Rwanda as the case study, as there is a project of measuring and reducing embodied carbon in built environment through using the renewable materials. They are most local materials that we have, like bamboo, straw, and timber. So by using those materials, it will help us to achieve the reduction of carbon dioxide emission. And the first project that I was taking as a reference, it is located in Rwanda, and it is a school. So the most of material that they used is timber. And then they will replace it as the normal way of using, like the structure of columns and cement. They achieve it by using the timber ones. And also, in Japanese architecture, most of in contemporary architecture, they are using timber for column, for beam, to replace the concrete one. And also, by using cross-laminated timber, it makes it possible for bigger structure. We can even build a story building by using cross-laminated timber instead of using concrete one, which means that it is possible to use bio-based building materials in our field. And also, the second bio-based building materials is bamboo. The Colombian architect, Simon Velez, most of his project is using bamboos. And then he said bamboo are even better than steel. They are even stronger than steel, which means that what we can build by using steel, we can also do it by using bamboos. And it is even better because bamboo are growing so faster compared to how we normally using the steel. And the second project, it's also located in Rwanda. I was even among of the architects who designed it. It is located in northern of Rwanda. And then the most of material that we're using is bamboo and also cross-laminated timber for the beams. And we did this because we wanted to have low embodied energy, and also those materials was mostly locally available. And also the third one is straw and reeds. It is also another potential materials because most of in history of architecture, the most material that they used was reeds for roofing, for walling. It means that it can even be using for different materials for structure. For walling and also for roofing. And also in Netherlands, you find that in most of their buildings they use reeds for roofing, which means that by using reeds and straw, you can provide very good heat and sound insulation. And also there is a safe building and living condition. And also there is positive effect in indoor air quality. And also the fourth materials is hemp and flax. It is also another potential materials where it is applied as insulation floor, and also it is being used as walls and also for roof. And the last one is mycelium. Mycelium is also another potential building material that we can take into consideration nowadays, because the bricks from mycelium, it can be even used by the bigger structure. As you can see on this project, it was a prototype. It is called Hi-Fi. It was in New York, where they achieved to do this structure of 13 meters by using the bricks from mycelium. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you especially to remind us that it's not only wood that we should be using in the built environment and biocities. So, Tai, the floor is now yours, and the questions we will leave for after the presentations.
What I would like to do is explore with you what causes health in the way we choose to use the materials, the shapes, the forms in our built environment, such as a hospital that we've been involved with. What if health was the basis of making every decision and judging every public and private building that we create, such as the school environment that we designed? What if we were dedicated to designing places that actively caused health as the basis of the way they've been conceived and designed, such as this cancer center in Jerusalem we're working on? What if the public, everybody, no longer tolerated buildings that caused disease, and I'm using that word very specifically, depression and boredom? What we do know is there is no such thing as neutral space. What it does is either actively causes health, or is health-giving, is generous in the actions that it does as a basis of the design, or it does the exact opposite. It erodes our ability to flourish. And flourish, I'm meaning ecologically, economically, culturally, socially, and the importance of mind health as an overlay. Why is this relevant to what we make and how we build? We clearly know that design has a significant impact on ecological health. We also know that design has a significant impact on societal health as the way we create our urban environments. And clearly design has a significant impact on physical health, and as we know, the tsunami of chronic diseases that are flooding our cities and towns. The other impact that's very important, and we've discovered that coming through COVID in a significant way, is the relationship design and mind health. And this clearly has been reflected in a variety of studies, not only with the medical workers, but clearly all of us living within our cities. And so this idea of the relationship, the interrelationship of all of these things that have the ability to activate optimal health from ecological, civil, societal, physical, and mind health. And what I'd like to do then is take that and show it really as an example on a city scale, something we're involved with, for a master plan for reimagining Venice, which is the Venice Archipelago Master Plan. It's really a saluda systemic approach, a health and a systemic approach to city and urban design. What it is imagining is the largest, as I understand, new ecological park in Europe, a 32-kilometer connected archipelago necklaces of new and existing islands that begin to wrap and surround Venice. The idea is to think of infrastructure not as single-use things, but are multi-use and multi-layered in the way we conceive them. And in Venice specifically, to look after and address the two floods that are happening to the city. The first flood is of water due to climate change, and the second flood is the flood of mass tourism that is destroying the city. And so this idea of taking the pseudosystemic approach, and obviously this is very pared down in a couple-minute presentation, but it's beginning to interweave all of these pieces together to create actively optimal health. And so these are a whole variety of the elements into it that cover the full aspect of cultural, economic, environmental, and ecological health that we don't have time to spend a lot on it. But I'm putting this up in specific comparison to, as you know, the Moses Project that's been built in Venice. It's been used twice, tens of billions of euros that have been invested in it. And now we understand that the small mussels that float around on the bottom of the Venice are destroying and stopping this thing to work. The problem with this is it only deals with storm surge flooding. It doesn't deal with the slow rise that's happening. So if you look at Venice, Venice has continually evolved throughout time until we arrive at where we are now. And where's the future of Venice? This is in the context that in the 1960s, there were 175,000 people living in these vibrant communities. A couple years ago, or in fact where we are right now, there's 55,000 people. That is a 70% decline in the population. That is the definition of a failed city. Think of Detroit in the United States. It's extraordinary for one of the jewel cities of the world. You then begin to look at the amount of tourism that are coming every day to the city. 55,000 people, the same number of people that live there. It's extraordinary. Then you overlay COVID, which obviously the economic demise was significant. As we've heard about, if we have 1.5 degree rise in sea level, 1/3 of all Venice will be underwater. At present, 1/3 of all ground floor areas are unusable because of water damage. If it goes above 1.5 degrees, we have maps of it, the entire place will be buried in water in a short area. So the idea is we need to lower the water down. Think of places like Amsterdam. And so really the plan has 4 primary elements. The first element is to make this archipelago necklace of new and existing islands that surround and interweave with Venice. What that does is creates a water barrier as well as a cruise ship barrier. And again, it lowers the water. Again, think of Amsterdam. It is porous because all of the small boat traffic is very important for the life, as well as the interchange of water and biology on the inside and the outside. Then this decentral park, so not a central park, but an ecological park that has the wetlands, has the forest, has the grass, and the other things. So this is creating green space, natural space tied to the blue space. And this has a whole range of active and passive activities that you can go and do your own farming if you're living in Venice. The third then is bringing in food production. So this is agritech, so that suddenly Venice, as it was at another time, would begin to export food, become self-sufficient. This also ties to universities, research, and economic development as an overlay. And the last one is that these things are tied to the orientations, the climatic conditions around them. So if we look at the quadrants, really the north quadrant has a mix of different hiking and active trails, as well as the hydroseed and micro seed production. Some of the images of the production facilities. Then the east quadrant has another overlay to it, so it's both into flower and honey production, again for consumption and export, as well as the salt lands and the allotment gardens that are produced as part of it. All the structures, as you'll see, are made of wood, following a tradition that continues through Venice. The south quadrant then begins to look at swimming, theater, music, as well as fish and shell production for export. And then really the west quadrant is something that has then the allotment gardens for the Venetians, as well as the markets and significant vegetable production and exports. You'll see these wood structures, the spans, the timber spans are quite significant that we're working along, but again, creating these both food productions areas as infrastructure, but also the plazas and the activities that allow for the social aspect. Why the whole idea is to tie together the two idea of saludo health and a systemic approach to urban design and city creation, again with a mix of things that are beyond what we have time to get into. Why do we do this? For one reason, to activate optimal health in everything we do, ecological, physical, societal, and mind health, and really to create the conditions of which we can thrive and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you very much to show us and remind us that we have a lot of old cities that we need to preserve and we need to renovate, and of course we should use the timber there as well and other renewables. And Alan, now it's your turn.
Thank you. I open with this slide. I hope all of you have a chance to run down over to the Pavillon Mies van der Rohe to see the incredible exhibit by IAC that we got to work on. We were lucky too, and that my good friend and colleagues, John Schellnhuber and Vicente, have already mentioned. And I show this picture of this, the one piece of the installation process, because it's a really interesting, it might serve as a metaphor for what I'd like to talk about today, which is the idea that we can reuse and use biological materials regionally sourced from forests in Galicia and Catalonia to produce a sort of new kind of building and thinking of building. And this is a particularly interesting example because what we've taken is a series of different trees that are native to the regions, and we've laminated them, and then we've cut them to respond to the original 100-year-old, nearly 100-year-old wall of Mies van der Rohe carved from onyx. So why didn't I show this? This is the pavilion that was put into the building as a sort of response to the architecture, or even moreover this, which seems to be the goals of architects today to make the tallest all-timber building that we can make. And I think it's because we need to think more critically about the monolithic nature of the way we currently are thinking about building cities out of wood, and also the monocultures in forests that it will produce. So let's go back here for a second. We're really talking about two landscapes that should be symbiotic. We hope they're symbiotic, the city and the forest. But in fact, the history of the city and the forest is one of predator and prey, and the city is a predator. And the result is, in fact, an enormous stockpile of man-made material, human-made material. Tokyo is not only the largest population in a city in the world, it's also the largest stockpile of anthropogenic material compiled in a fairly small area geologically. And at this point, this kind of material, anthropogenic material, now outweighs biomass on the surface of the Earth. And the result of Tokyo is a series of holes in the ground that are spread across the face of the Earth. And this will never be reconverted to forest land. This is a copper mine in Utah. So the question is, if we accept that biomaterial substitution and carbon storage capacities of wood are enormously beneficial ecologically, and that forests working in synergy with wood buildings are an answer to our current atmospheric crisis, then we have to start to think really carefully about the relationship to these cities and how those systems work, how the forest grows, and how buildings are produced. So, a stable forest, ecologically healthy forest, works slowly and carefully to produce wood products, thereby storing carbon in the wood products, transferring those wood products into buildings of different densities, different sizes, to create urban space. Could this monolithic approach to building, if we're not careful, produce the industrial forest which is not particularly biodiverse. Instead, could we respond as architects, as builders, as engineers, to the concept of ecological silviculture, which is a development of forests to serve a set of specific needs, which I don't need to list for you. I'm sure many of you here are familiar with them. But imagine that the properties of wood, which go into our buildings, could mimic, in fact, the properties of the transcalar properties of the forest. And we understood the properties of wood, in particular, how they function, its molecular, physical, structural makeup, its hygroscopicity, its water-loving nature, how it moves water back and forth to create the kinds of health that Ty was speaking of. It's potential rot-resistant, depending on the species. Its fire-resistive qualities. All of these things are the ingredients for the making of the biocity, the making of the biomaterially formed city. And in some senses, I would quote Sverre Fehn, a Norwegian architect, Pritzker Prize winner, who once told me in a studio, the most sensitive material scientists or material designers are luthiers, the people who think about material, and particularly wood, because of its resonant capacity to produce sound. We need to be more like luthiers and less like consumers of wood products. And so, rather than just the tree, we need to think of the series of trees and the species of trees in the forest and their capacity to store carbon above ground in the woody mass and also in the soils of the forest, and how to protect those and take the natural yields of the forest because of these ecological management techniques that we're using and start to actually create buildings that we can then also create the nuances and subtleties of their formation to produce really good carbon storage, but also biodiversity enhancing and soil improving, et cetera, buildings. What if our buildings could be truly regenerative? To produce economic regeneration, to produce architectural form that reflects a new ideology about material, ecological ideology, to make beautiful spaces that are healthy, that the students say, oh, this smells good, which I think is just a wonderful way of judging architectural design. If your building smells good, you know you're in good shape. And then architects, we have to go into the forest and learn from our forest science colleagues. We have to, instead of high-grading timber to produce a monolithic system that we think looks good or is familiar or is a product, we have to low-grade. We have to take the worst trees out of the forest and use them in creative ways to produce building structure and building finishes, and to take advantage of the systems of manufacture, which are very simple in some ways. They don't need so much high-tech machinery. I mean, think of the finger joint and how it unleashed the capacity to create huge components out of extremely small sections of wood. And we can distribute higher grade structural grades of wood to the critical lamella or laminations in a beam to create optimized structure out of the material that we're drawing from the forest. And then we can improve our glues. Is the fact that lignin-based glues now are black and we can't get the black out of the lignin-based glues, does that mean that we should not use it because it's not aesthetically pleasing? And how do we use these very small trees to produce hybrid structures, not just hybrid buildings, but actually hybrid structural components and mixed species layups to make actually building frames that use, instead of steel connections, perhaps laminated beach veneer? And finally, how do we use the waste that our buildings will inevitably produce? Hopefully we won't be tearing down too many buildings. So in the beginning of a circular economy, our buildings are absorbers of waste. And at a more advanced stage of a circular economy, our buildings are the suppliers of raw material. And finally, the scale of the bioregion. We need to move from the thinking about global transport to the available resources in a region and the relationship between a city and its hinterland. And this is a really critical point, because if we want to think globally, we have to act bioregionally, and we have to govern our resources as bioregional relationships. So here's an example of a project we worked on, just looking at the northeast of the United States. We looked at the demand centers, which are the cities. We looked at the enormous woodshed that's represented by the American Northeast, and a really underutilized and rapidly underutilized resource and a rapidly weakening carbon sink. And we sought to understand the stem successions that produced different species over time and different kinds of habitat, and we drew them through that processes that we spoke about, and we mapped them onto buildings to create affordable housing, densifying our cities, and building affordable housing out of entirely bio-based suite of materials, which are readily available, already usable, and meet building codes. So I'm asking architects and I'm asking forest scientists to work together to address the mechanics of moving this very challenging material, but really rewarding material if you learn about it, into the city to create very special spaces, convivial, beautiful architecture for our citizens. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
So since we were having a bit longer coffee break, so we will have to be a bit shorter, and I will just allow myself to be the one giving the questions to our panelists. And so Alan, since we ended with you, I would like to start with you. So green infrastructure in our cities, what is the main challenge? What we need to do? With Alan, yeah. Okay, yeah. I think it works already because they're watching us. Yeah.
It just works like that. Can you hear me? Okay, good. I can only hear my own voice. The green infrastructure in cities. You know, I think we saw a lot of how to apply green infrastructure in cities, how to green the city, the surfaces, the soils, the ecosystems that can exist within cities. And we saw, looking at Ty's work, different ways of creating healthy interior spaces, which are part of creating a green infrastructure. It's really a sort of health awareness. And I think we need to stop thinking, though, just of biocities as cities with lots of trees and good soils, and even birds and bees and other species if we can create wildlife corridors. These are important ideas. But green infrastructure is something I think more significant and deeper. And I think it perhaps starts with education, public education, professional education, workforce reskilling, which is a part of our conceptual, philosophical infrastructure, which will allow us to actually enact some of these really beautiful designs that we've just seen. And I think then from that follows a deeper, a conceptual understanding of the symbiosis that John was speaking about between, and Barbara, between cities and forests. We need to also create the industrial infrastructure and the forest science infrastructure and the set of ecological and ecosystemic goals that allow us to build the synergies that we've been talking about today. So these are soft, quiet, human infrastructures. They're intellectual infrastructures, but we need to build those immediately. I think we're doing it here today. You're obviously all here for that reason. But we need to expand that message because everything we build right now will take 30 years to pay off the debt. If we continue to build the way we've been building with mineral-based materials, we will never pay off the debt in the time that it takes us to sustainably and efficiently respond. And so it's all tools in the toolbox, it's all hands on deck. Every sector of society that is responsible for building buildings becomes the infrastructure of the biocity.
Thank you, Alan. So Devothe, may I continue with you? And so we saw these nice projects and examples, and I wonder if in your country there is any support by the government to build out of these renewable materials.
Yeah, thank you. And also in my countries, there is measures that is taking for procurement to support using renewable raw materials. And then the first, like, for example, for bamboos, there is an initiative of mass plantation of bamboos where all nearby all water bodies, it is prohibited for putting other domestic activities. It is only allowed to plant the bamboos near the all water bodies. And also for wooden, they also think about like using wooden, but they also think about deforestation. So there is a campaign in all local communities Like if you cut one trees, you have to plant 3 in different areas where there is no those trees. So that's also another initiative that we are emphasizing in local communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm happy to hear, and I think we can adopt this as well here in Europe, I guess, right? And health and buildings and cities, we heard quite a bit today, but I would challenge you to give us a definition of healthy built environment.
Well, I think first framing it, we've heard lots of discussions that there's been a very different approach to how we view the world and in fact our health and well-being over the last 100 years. And we've seen it, we've heard discussions about the way we've changed to build, how we create cities and other things. There are 8,000 known causes of disease, and there's only 80 known causes of health. What clearly it is that you find what you look for. What we have been is tied to a pathogenic view of how we view our cities, our bodies. We have things to stop diseases from occurring, but what are we doing that actively encourages and enhances the creation of health as an asset? And so for us, the concept of a salutogenesis, that is, some know about, others don't, but they combine the two words of saluto, health, and genesis, the origins on. So what we need to do with every building we create is to actively do something, not just do less bad, but to do more good. How is it that our buildings could be accelerants for mind health? People wanting to stay and linger and chat, that feels better, that lowers their heart rate and blood pressure, that increases their knowledge as a result of the environment. I went back just before the pandemic, while I was running my firm, to do a Master of Neuroscience applied to architecture and design at the University of Venice. Because what I knew intuitively, but I then found through the scientists, is this is the thing that takes in either perceptually, precognitively, or cognitively everything we walk into. And some of our environments are generous. They're health-giving. They're places that you want to stay, and wood, clearly, we've discovered, is a significant factor on it. But we need to change our frame to a salutogenic view of how we create something that actively does something, as opposed to buildings that are passive in the sense of being generous and health-giving. And that is the basis of everything we do, on the basis of either designing a home or at the scale of a city.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all three of you. Of course, the topic of biocities and built environment, it's so broad, and we would be able to discuss for days about it, but I will just conclude that we are here, all the ones gathered, that we would like to turn our cities to a better place and to make them more green. And Barcelona Protocol that was mentioned, I think is a great way that we can now go home and take with us and be encouraging the cities that we are coming from to follow. And with that, I will be passing the microphone to the next moderator, Cecile, and please, all of you, thank our speakers today and panelists. Thank you.
Great, not much rest for you, I'm afraid. Sorry, because we have to go straight on, because we don't want to take too much of the lunch. And the good news is we won't, because I actually have to catch the plane. So I won't be here longer than needed, I'm afraid. So welcome to this great session, I think. And I would like to ask my panelists to join me on the stage. And I will briefly introduce all of them soon. But just a little bit of background. My name is Cecil Konijnendijk, and I am with the Nature-Based Solutions Institute. And I'm really passionate about making cities greener, bringing trees and nature back into cities or keeping it. And I think we heard already some great pointers today. I'm really grateful to Matilda for also mentioning the 330-300 rule, which some of you may have heard about. The idea that everybody should be able to see at least 3 trees from the window, have 30% canopy in the neighborhood,
and walk no more than 300 meters to the nearest park. And I'm very happy to say that just 2 days ago, the Spanish Federation of Local Authorities and Provinces came with the Ville d'Acans 330-300 declaration. So they're now going to roll out 330-300 all over Spain, which is fantastic, because I think what we need to do is to bring trees and nature back to people. And we've heard, I think, some really good evidence for it. But I'm not going to talk a lot. I'm really happy that when I was asked to chair the panel, the colleagues at EFI asked me, well, can you mention some people that you would like to have on the panel? And I had the top 5 of people that I thought would be fantastic to have on the panel. All 5 of them accepted. So I'm really, really happy that we have some of the crème de la crème of urban forestry and urban ecology across the world amongst ourselves today. Andrej Verlic from Slovenia, the city of Ljubljana. Andrej has a background in research, well known in urban forestry circles, but is now working with nature conservation in the capital of Slovenia, for example, in the very well-known Tivoli Park. Then we have Wiebke Klem, who is from the city of The Hague in the Netherlands, and she works as a senior policy advisor on issues like climate adaptation, infrastructure development, but from a green perspective. And Wiebke has a background as a landscape architect, did a PhD also in urban forestry and climate adaptation. Then we have my good friend Maria Chiara Pastore, who is with the Polytechnic de Milan. Also has a strong connection to Boeri Architecti that many of you will know about vertical forests and so. And Maria Chiara works on some really interesting projects, for example, an afforestation project around Milan called Forestami. And she's also heavily involved in greening projects across the world. And we had the pleasure, for example, to work together on a project in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which brings me then to Yvonne Lynch. Nice little segue. So Yvonne is a consultant in urban greening, sustainability, sustainable urban development. Did a lot of very good work in Melbourne, developing one of the world's best urban forestry programs. And then went on to work also with the Green Riyadh program in Saudi Arabia, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. But she's now consulting widely on urban greening approaches from a more strategic perspective. And then last but not least, from France, Frédéric Ségur, who has long been working with the city of Lyon, developing one of the best urban forestry, urban tree programs in the world. And Frédéric has a lot of interesting thoughts about what do we need to do to keep trees close to us. So I said a stellar panel. We're going to do it a little bit differently. We're just going to have a discussion, so we're not going to do PowerPoints. I prepared a few questions. The panel knows a little bit where we're going, but there may be a few surprises here and there. We'll see. And I think I'll start actually with, if it's okay, I'll start with you, Andrej. In your work, as somebody now works with nature conservation in a city, in a capital city, Ljubljana, which is very green, but still it's also growing and expanding. Like, how do you make sure that people and nature, people and trees keep connected? Like, what do we do to make sure we get those ties, or we keep them, or we even strengthen them? And the microphone is there, I think, yeah.
Thank you for the question and the opportunity to be here in this very inspiring seminar. I guess we can't do anything without users having access to nature on their, let's say, daily routes, basically. This is the first thing. The second is we, as a nature conservation unit, we put a lot of effort in educating, raising awareness, and give positive incentives, basically. I would say the third thing would be to be present in the park with the users of the park constantly, be recognizable and be accessible to the users of the park. They should know every day what we are doing, why we are doing, and so on. And maybe the fourth thing that I would, let's say, highlight now is to include the owners of the forest, because most of the land in the park is privately owned, to involve and include the owners and the users of the park in the management. I would say, let's say, these four things now.
Yeah, four good things. Can I probe a little bit? So you say being present in the park. Mm-hmm. So does it mean that you go out as a forester, dressed in green, and are you recognizable for people?
Well, I would say that my colleague, she is actually at least 70% of her work time, she's in the field. and she's doing everything from educating, from being like a guide, and also, I know, doing also the physical things with the notice boards and repairing stuff. So now after, let's say, 4 years since we started, I would say that she's recognizable.
Good, yeah, so people know
Yeah.
who the urban foresters are there in the area. Wonderful. Yeah. Thanks, these are great points. We'll pick up on some of that later. But I would like to move to Wiebke. Wiebke, I'm really amazed, and it's not only because I'm Dutch, and I really like The Hague. It's a great city, although Rotterdam is better, but we'll have that discussion later. But Wiebke, you've done some amazing work in The Hague, really fantastic work on climate adaptation to urban forestry and greening. Can you say a little bit more about it, and maybe also about some of the success factors that have made it work so well?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I think what helped in the last 4 years in The Hague is that we worked on both. We worked on a policy development for urban forestry, for climate adaptation, and at the same time, we were a partner in the EU project Nature Smart Cities, in which we had extra finances, and we could use this extra finance for implementing in our neighborhoods and build really good showcases that also show what we are writing down in our policy documents. So the combination of working on the improvement and the development of policies, integrated policies, in combination with good showcases that make those quite complex concepts like even climate adaptation tangible. So that's what we noticed in those time, and we developed, for example, three projects in which one we have we store rainwater on an urban square locally to reuse it in hot summer days in order to have irrigation for the trees and the plantings, but also for the urban farm on the location. The other ones are about greening projects, small-scale greening projects, in which we put the trees first. So opposite to the normal urban planning and design structure, where first we build on grey infrastructure, mobility and houses, we have really tiny little projects right now, but here we try to to exercise with green first. So we do research on the soil conditions to define what types of trees fit well in this natural circumstances. We have extra soil improvements, bigger spaces underground for the trees to grow old, and to provide much more ecosystem services. So those are the projects we work in, and I think the success factors are the additional money. It really helps to make things different, to go a different way. Dare to dream and use the momentum, because if you are a partner in an Interreg project in which we collaborate with academic partners and other local governments, it's not only me that tells we need to think about ecosystems, but it's this whole consortium who can make the change. The second is make it tangible, so communicate the simple story, make it and illustrate it, what is going on the ground, and how our future could look like, because we need to take people with us, which brings me to the fourth point, which is co-creation. So do it together with the people in the city and with all the stakeholders outside. And the last one is also very important for municipalities, work multi-departmental.
Right. That's a good one, the cross-sectoral collaboration, right? Yeah. And I think the concept you use, right, the tree first idea is very interesting, because it really turns around the paradigm, right? You don't say we put trees in after the fact, but actually the nature comes first and kind of structures the development, which is, I think, really interesting. I make a little plug as well for the project, the Nature Smart Cities, worth Googling. You had your final conference last week, I think, right? So it was some really interesting tools developed, a business model for developing Nature Smart Cities, so easy to find it online. Thanks, Wiebke, so long. And then I'll go to Maria Chiara, who has been one of the driving forces in several projects. One of the projects is the Forestami project around Milan, which is a big afforestation project. And I know, Maria Chiara, one of the things you really always focus on is the role of kind of evidence and research as you roll out a huge project like this, where hundreds of thousands of trees are being planted. Can you tell a little bit more about the research component and the monitoring component of that work?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and for the invitation. I would say very quickly two main issues. The first one, when we started with this project, which has the aim of planting 3 million trees by 2030 within the metropolitan area of Milan, was setting the challenge by understanding which were the main issues, so priorities, urbanity island, where the tree canopy was at the very beginning. So setting the scene was that. Then we tried to understand the potential, so we mapped through the LIDAR and all this NDVI to understand which is the potential. And the third element is to understand which is actually the availability of this land. And this is a very, very important, because it's this is the real challenge where we can actually plan, because it's the willingness of the different municipalities. We are working with 133 municipalities, so it's a huge commitment that they have to take. But having, so we are building a database of the areas which are within the municipalities, and we are working with the agricultural fields, we are working with the private land, so to gather all of this in a data set. But moreover, and this is another element that I want to push on with the attention, is that then we do the plantation, and with the plantation we get the information of which are the trees we actually plant, and then we work on understanding which is how good the trees are. Because, for instance, this summer there was a very bad drought, so we counted on which trees were good and which trees were not, how many trees were watered, when they were watered, which trees suffered in terms of species. And this is a kind of baseline of information that we find it very, very important, because this is one of the challenges ahead of us, is the maintenance of these green forests that are growing. So now we're planting. In the next 10 years, we need to maintain the trees. We need to know how much these maintenance cost, how much the trees are costing to municipalities, to us, and so on. So this database is growing, and it's open, and also this is another very relevant thing for us. So we are planner, architects, and our job is not working on trees, because we are not capable of, so it's not our expertise. So this kind of platform is working together with other backgrounds, with other expertise. So our knowledge, our information is transferred to others, which are aimed at working together with us. So we store this information, and this database is open to other colleagues that want to work with us. And this is one of the main issues that we want to set ahead with the challenge. And the fourth component, of course, is what Widke said already, the cultural transformation. So we really need to communicate all this effort, because the three challenges cannot be met if the population is not with us. We really need to set these challenges and work together for this cause.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And already pick up a few things here, right? The cross-departmental collaboration, cross-sector collaboration. I know all of you here, we represent actually quite a few disciplines, right? So to bring those together, and actually you say information, data, monitoring can actually bring professions together in a way, because you provide an information source for further work. So we'll pick up on that later, but I would like to move to Yvonne. You've been in a pretty unique position, right? Being in some of those high-profile, big-scale urban forestry projects, Melbourne, Riyadh, where the 7.5 million trees are going to be planted, I think it was. The canopy cover is going to be increased from 1% to 9%, et cetera, which is tremendous. So what would you say from your experience with these large-scale projects that we see across the world now? What are some of the success factors in making those big projects not only work, but also last? So there's a legacy on the longer term.
Okay, well, clearly they have very strong strategies behind them, okay, but that's only one component. I think if I'm reductionist, I'd probably say the two key factors are momentum and money. So first, understanding how you can build momentum, because any city can launch a great plan, a great idea, strategy to do something, but then you have to build momentum around it to actually implement it. And so looking at how you build a community of practice. Often, I guess most of my time is working within the city governments, so we often think of ourselves as the decision makers and then the action takers, and so you need to understand how you can reach out to the academics within your city, how their work might influence what you're doing, how you might reach out to the various institutes that are within your cities, whether the landscape architects or the architects. Bring a crowd in that can deepen the sophistication of the work, deepen the thinking, and then also increase the success of what's being done. So that's critical. Then looking at collaboration. So all too often the idea that we have this plan, we do it alone. You know, a natural partner, you know, in cities are, you know, water utilities, for example, they often have a similar mandate. So looking at your stakeholders and understanding how do you communicate with them, how do you form partnerships, and how can you do it together? How can you go further and faster? And I think that's critical for most of our cities. Then community engagement also builds momentum. One of the things, I guess, in city governments, not so much in Saudi Arabia, but definitely in the rest of the cities, is that we're all subject to political cycles. And, you know, you have momentum built at one point, you have a change in government, and then maybe that funding goes away, that program is submerged by other agendas. So community participation and engagement really holds the politicians accountable, and they find it much harder to walk away from programs that are co-created with the community. So I think that is essential. And then communication, you know, engaging with the media actively, finding angles for them to talk about what's happening in the city, to create an identity for the city and the citizens around urban forestry in the city. That's critical. And then the money. I think your job as an urban forester or as a policymaker for urban greening is to be constantly thinking about where's the money coming from. Because like I said, the political cycles change, the budgets change. Often the money is allocated for 1 or 2 year cycles. And so you constantly have to be, particularly fighting against this idea that trees should grow naturally within a city. And we don't need to maintain them after 2 years, do we? They'll just grow. And so often what's underfunded and what can undermine the success of an urban forestry program is operations and maintenance. And it's not the sexy side of tree management in a city, and nobody wants to put millions to it, because what politician can stand beside that and point to it? And so you really have to be thinking about, how do I constantly increase our budgets here? How do we do what we need to do? And often that comes down to repurposing existing budgets. So understanding, you know, okay, the engineers are doing, you know, maintenance cycles of the footpaths. Can we pair our work? Can we align it? So I can reduce my costs here, and then I can put them here. And looking around for grants on research, thinking about the other agendas that come into play. What's important for the city? Is it health? Is it air pollution? Is it flood management? And then how can I align my budgets there? And I think they're probably the two most critical things.
Fantastic, yeah, and that actually links very well to the point that Wiebke also made, right, looking for those extra money streams. We know that typically cities have less than 1%, often less than 0.5% of the total budget for green, which is very marginal, right? But if you think about the budgets that healthcare have, disaster management, education, climate adaptation, of course, it's completely different numbers. So I think this is a really, really wise lesson. Before I go to Frédéric, one question for you as well, and I'm not going to mention any names of people you've been in the room with as you had to pitch trees, because it's maybe politically a bit sensitive, but you've been in the room with some very powerful people trying to pitch urban forestry tree programs. So what was your idea? Like, what were the things that these powerful people are most responsive to? Like, what are the arguments that they feel, oh yeah, okay, I can see the need for trees in my city?
Okay, so every leader, every politician has something that resonates with them, something that's important. And generally it's something that's important to the people of a city or a country. Yeah. And I guess in the case of Saudi Arabia, that's heat. So pitching an urban greening, urban forestry strategy there was around, how do we cool the city? Right. Is it possible? So I think always, and it's really critical for anyone, because I mean often there's cities that have, you know, a legacy of you know, great urban forests. They reach a point and then they start to decline in the funding, or the cities that are starting from scratch. And always the question is, how do we make a business case? And the business case is always around the agenda of that city or that place, and how you attach to it. If it's climate adaptation, if it's health? What is it? And then, because I think in urban forestry, we often forget about the multiple benefits. And so really selling your program in terms of the benefits it can provide. It might not be around the fact that, you know, trees are going to keep us healthier. It might be that we're going to create a sponge city here and deal with our flood, and you're going to save your costs. Whatever that is, there's always an angle. And I guess increasingly now, one of the angles is how do we cool our city with healthy urban forests?
Yeah, great. I remember an anecdote about Mayor Daley, the old Mayor Daley of Chicago, who was asked once, because he was heavily investing in trees, and they asked, oh, you must love trees. He says, no, I have no special relation with trees, but they're the cheapest way of doing business. So, which was very interesting to hear, right? So, Frédéric, you have a fantastic tree program, urban forestry program in Lyon for many, many years. And I guess one of the key factors is, again, that political support, to have a long-term support and funding program. Can you tell a little bit more about how you managed to secure that in Lyon?
Yes. This tree policy started from scratch in Lyon 30 years ago in a context of conflict between local authority and its inhabitants, who often change themselves to trees that has to be cut in urban program.
Right.
And nobody understand this situation. And it was a response to decades of urban policy that have destroyed nature and remove it outside the city. So the first things to do was to understand this situation. So we have made sociological, historical, technical description of the situation, and this analysis make possible a real U-turn of the environmental politic, with strong support of the politicians for the beginning of this politics, and it make possible to build a lot of the foundation of this policy. Team, tools, and so on. But after, the political support did not last. And we have worked for many years without political support. But in fact, it was the population positive feedback, in particular after the first big heat waves in 2003. It was very strong in Lyon, with a high level of mortality, and also with the COVID period. We have always had a strong support and constant support of the population. And now Lyon is one of the fastest warming cities in Europe. And everybody can experience heat island effect, and the social demand for nature, for trees, to fight against the heat island effect is a real strong, huge demand. And so it's this social demand that is the motor of this policy. And the problem of adaptation to climate change is the base of our canopy plan, which is a tool to adapt city to climate change.
Right, fantastic. So, as you say again, it's actually the community, the residents that drive the longer term perspective, rather than the politicians who think in 4-year cycles, maybe. So, it echoes, I think, also Yvonne's ideas. What I also heard is never waste a good crisis, right? So things happen, like the heat wave of 2003. We had another one in 2022, of course, this summer, with the UK coming up to 45 centigrade, which is absolutely incredible. And of course, that pushes forward COVID, another reason, we heard from Matilda, right? The need for trees. So to kind of make the hook there, I think is really good. I want to highlight a topic which I think personally is really important, and I think some of you have mentioned it. There's a lot of focus now on tree planting, right? 1 billion trees, 5 billion trees, new trees everywhere. But if you look at some of the tree planting schemes across the world, excuse my French, sorry for that, but they're crap, right? They're not really delivering long-term benefits, because trees are put in the ground, the numbers are hit, they're scarce for 2 years, as you say, Maria Clara, but then afterward these trees die and actually becomes a negative investment. So what we know we need to do is make sure these trees grow old. The average street tree in many European cities is not older than 25, 30 years, which is far below the biological optimal age, the ecosystem age, etc. So what can we do to make sure that these trees grow wide, get the big canopies, and actually start providing those services? How do we redirect some of that money that comes into tree planting, into tree management? And maybe I start with you, Maria Chiara. How do we do that?
Thank you. Very easy question. So from one of the things is that for what we do is to guarantee the maintenance for 5 years, so not just 2 or 3, but to increase the maintenance and take care of the tree for a longer time in order to actually and substitute. If the tree die, what we do is make sure that they be substituted so that the number of tree counts. So we really need to make, and the forest grows, and so the tree that naturally die, but they are older, so but the forest is already created, it starts to be created, so it's taken care of. We really also need to make people understand that trees are dying, and this is so we really need to, from the other side, to work that there are things that can go wrong in nature. I think that John explained it very well at some point. And to start from that knowledge, to build on that knowledge, but also to make sure that if some of the tree die, this is natural, and we need not to blame nature, we not to blame ourselves, but to be co-creative in the sense that there is a lot of, this is the failure of the municipality, this is the failure of this person, this is the failure of this movement. On the other side, we really need to make sure that we understand that nature is a living process, and because of this reason, and we are not anymore capable of understanding that these fallacies, let's say, are natural in the system, so we need to understand which are the best conditions for the trees. We need to understand the better condition for the soils. We need to study this. So my short answer is that because we are not anymore used to trees in urban environment, and because we are starting to bring nature within the cities, but this process is still ongoing, and this is a short period in which we have studies. I mean, of course, it's 20, 30 years, 40 years in which we are studying this, but it's too short with nature. So we really need to work on a collaborative process in which all together we study these processes, and then we understand which is the best trees in uncertain conditions such as climate change. So the best trees in the past years was a tree that now maybe is suffering because of the dry conditions. So this is a huge part of our world and our work. So it's really something that we need to tackle together. So the best trees, depending on which season, depending on which climate, depending on the climate that is changing. So it's a very hard job that we are tackling, let's say.
It's a difficult one. We already gave some good pointers, right, in terms of also awareness that trees are living beings, trying to select climate-adapted trees for cities, which is, I heard the story yesterday from California where they're now finding climate sister cities. So they're looking, okay, 50 years from now, our climate is going to be like that city in the south, right? What trees do they have, and how are the trees doing there? So we can learn from that process. Frederic, I mean, that must be one of your main concerns as well. How do we make sure those trees also grow old? What do you do in Lyon to make sure that they are actually achieving their full age?
In fact, it's not only a technical issue. We have a temporal and cultural issue for developing the urban forest. And the urban forest has to be imagined on several time scales. And the first short-term priority for us remains the protection of the existing urban forest. Right. Before planting new trees, the protection of existing is very important for our generation. And it's not easy because the major part of the urban forest is on private land. In Lyon, for example, 70% of the trees are on private land. Right. So we have to deal with courageous rules to protect them, but it's not only the rules that can protect. We also have to explain it and to work on acceptation of the situation. And it needs a real cultural work to understand the deep meaning of the relation we have to develop with nature and with tree in the city. So we have started a lot of different projects, cultural project like exhibition on forest and city, on bio-inspiration, to educate the population to these questions. And also we are developing what we call open creative workshops. We call Canopy Remix. And it can bring together a lot of different people from different origin. It can be students, searchers, artists, professionals. And the aim of this workshop is to find solution on what we call the blind spot of our urban policies. Right. And this blind spot, it's, for example, the multidisciplinary approach of our professions. It's very difficult in the private and public organization to have common work with different professional culture. And so it's a real challenge. Another challenge is also the government system. Right. If we want to have a commitment of the population, we have to imagine other way of working with them, and it's a real also challenge. And we have also to develop new tools with the new technology can offer for us a new solution, and it's all these different development are very important now for the future of the urban forest.
Very, very important, and as some of you also said, right, it's actually still a new field, right? Taking care of trees in cities we have done, but urban forestry and looking at it more ecologically, it's pretty new. Yeah.
We say we have to create a new urban culture.
Correct, yeah. A new urban culture, a new urban tree culture. And that then can sometimes also create tensions. Andre, I was thinking about sometimes the nature conservation aspect, right? We want to give nature room, we want to protect nature. On the other hand, we want people to enjoy it. How do you deal with that potential conflict in cities, right? So protection, sometimes vulnerable nature, and then on the other hand, people's interest and use.
Maybe to answer this, I would just stay within the boundaries of our, let's say, 460 hectares of the city park that is also a nature protected area, basically on the doorstep of people of Ljubljana. And maybe just adding to your previous question, right now, one of the main questions we would like to answer publicly, also with the Slovenia Forest Service colleagues that are, let's say, guiding forest management in Slovenia, regardless of the ownership, is to explain people, because of course people are aware now of the importance of trees. I mean, there's no question about it. And what we need to answer for the trees in the forest is why we need to cut healthy trees. Mm-hmm. So why do we actually need to manage the forest and the forest in the nature protected area where we should protect biodiversity, habitats and so on? And this is at the moment, I think it's quite a conflict in the society trying to understand this, because on one hand, we try to protect with all the arborist techniques old trees along the alleys and in the park. But on the other hand, we are cutting trees in the urban forest. I mean, in the forest. So this is let's say one of the challenges.
That's an interesting challenge, right? Because if we think about the wider Biocities perspective and the need to have wooden buildings, timber buildings, etc., this could be a challenge, right? That on the one hand, we create a culture where people say we have to protect trees and we have to chain ourselves to them, right? They cannot be removed. On the other hand, we have to show that trees are working trees. They provide timber, etc. So how do you do it? Is it awareness raising? Do you talk with people to explain, or?
Yes, we of course we try to highlight the importance of managing the urban forest from different perspectives, not just nature protection, because we have to keep in mind all the time that for 200 years this was a public park. I mean, right. the city park. It was not like a wilderness area. And people need this park for health and well-being, and it's also important from the research perspective. This is one of the most important functions of this forest, where we can also try to improve in communication about this topic with all the, let's say, national responsible agencies for forest management, water management, nature protection, and so on. Yeah. And trying to keep this network talking. Yeah. It's been one of the priorities in past 4 years to build.
Great, and that actually brings me then to Wiebke. We had a discussion yesterday at a very nice dinner, by the way, on this kind of cross-sectoral approach, right? How you can make everybody come along, and you also said about politicians and so. Can you say a little bit more about The Hague, how you try to kind of slowly lift the topic of urban trees, urban forest?
Yes, it feels like I'm planting seeds. Yeah. You do not see the successes quite quickly, but it's slowly talking to people in different departments and making, introducing them to the topic of ecosystem services. I find this a very good system or a very good concept to talk to with a lot of different people. So everybody can pick the benefit that is most valuable to him or her. So that makes the story integral. That is very important. But also I would like to mention that cities have much more challenges. It's not only the biocity. It's also a transition towards renewable energies within cities. It's a transition towards sustainable mobility. The Hague is going to grow in the number of inhabitants with 40,000 in the next 20 years. So what you can imagine is that and all those activities need space above ground and beyond ground. Right. And the greenery, the urban greenery, urban forest is a very important one. But for this, we need integral designs, integral planning and visions. And this is why we really need all these different experts in the different departments to talk to them together and create integrated solutions.
Yeah, I think that's a wise lesson, and I know the time is running, so we'll soon go to the last question. But
may I just one?
Yeah, go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Because one other point which wasn't mentioned before is the equity. Is it equity?
Equity, yeah, exactly.
The equity of the contribution of the spreading of green within cities. I just want to mention this because what I noticed also from The Hague is that we have a lot of subsidies also for people and businesses to green their roofs, green their facades, because more than 60% of the municipality's surface is not owned by the municipality, so we need to make the city sustainable together. But what you see is that the problems or neighborhoods where social cohesion and livability are problems, people have completely other problems than thinking of green roofs. So also for local governments, I just want to point out that's very important to make the city green in a total perspective.
That's a great point, right? I remember the story from Detroit where they had this huge tree planting program, but a lot of the inhabitants, and especially in the poorer areas, that we don't want trees being stuffed down our throats, right? Nobody asked us, first of all, and then these trees are going to be here, nobody's going to take care of them. So there's an issue there for sure, so I'm happy you raised that. Yvonne, to come back a little bit to the idea of the big trees and kind of the mentality issue, I know in Melbourne you had a big challenge when you were there, right? Because a lot of the big trees, for example, along the Yarra River were not doing well because of drought. And you had to start selling the idea to people that some of those big trees would have to be removed. And they're iconic trees, right? They're really, on all the pictures you see those trees. How did you go about that idea of we have to start building a more resilient urban forest?
Well, I guess the point we found ourselves in was a point of maladaptation. We had what was known as the Millennium Drought in Melbourne, which spanned for 13 years. Right. And the idea of how to adapt to that drought was water savings everywhere. And so, City of Melbourne always likes an ambitious target, so 90% water savings, target achieved, but one of the ways was stopping irrigation to the landscape, which was very short-sighted at the time. And so that brought about the large-scale decline of up to 45% of the tree population within the city. And I guess the thing you have to know about a city like that, and increasingly in other cities, is part of the urban forest was exotic, introduced trees, and the other part was native. And in both cases, they were all affected, but predominantly the exotic trees that had been introduced. And so, obviously, many governments find it a little bit intimidating to go out with a problem, but that's exactly what we had to do. We had to go out and tell people, look, this is what we're going to lose, and this is where we're going to lose it. And it was really around saying, okay, we also have some solutions as well, right. and we want to hear if you have further ideas. So it was being really quite collaborative and open to hearing what the community had to say, but being very transparent. And so one of the things I did at the time, actually, was to take the tree map of the city and put it online, put the data in an open data source, but then also to develop a map of the actual city's trees, so that people could go in and examine, okay, which tree, where will it be lost, what age is it now, what species is it, and when is its useful life expectancy. Right. So when is it likely to come out of the landscape? And one of the things we did there was just to put an email address with each of the trees, so that people could say, okay, tell me, this tree is in red, is this coming out because it's on my street and maybe I care about this? And what happened was, the council were very reluctant to do that at the time. Really uncomfortable with the idea of transparent data. Right. And so I was asked to remove all of the dates on which the trees would be lost, which I did for 2 weeks, and then put it back up again, and they didn't notice. And what happened was we started to receive thousands of love letters to the trees.
To the trees, right. Yeah.
Yep, from the citizens and then from all around the world. So, one tree from America writing to another tree in Australia, and then it started to create I guess, a level of comfort with the citizens that they could trust that we weren't just removing trees for no reason. And it started to build more of a momentum to creating a more healthy and resilient forest for the future for the city.
Fantastic. I love that tree love letter story. I know some other cities have actually started taking the idea. Vancouver has, for example. So, yeah, and it builds those relationships. And I think another thing I really heard from you, right? Never present a problem without some potential solutions. I think that's also really good, because people feel overwhelmed easily, but then also leave it open for them to come with ideas, which I think was great. All right, I know we're eating into lunch, so we're going to do the last quick round. And I would like to ask all of you, what key challenge in urban forestry, urban greening, do you see we should really address, we should really prioritize? And I would like all of you to present me one key challenge. And you're lucky, Andre, because I'm starting with you. What key challenge should we first tackle? Oh, don't forget the microphone. Yeah.
Maybe how to how to put it.
It's a hard
I mean,
question.
we need to act quickly with a lot of things.
Urgency.
And I think the key challenge is how to build awareness in the society, among people, among users, among citizens, why this is important. So this becomes their need, that they can relate to that and they can demand it. And for this, you need time, and I think this could be the challenge, maybe one of many.
I think that's a great one. So exactly building that kind of understanding and support, etc. Wiebke, what would you say?
I'm happy that you said the first one. Then I can take another one.
Yeah, exactly.
I would like to zoom out a little bit, because I think a big challenge to go from research to action now is to co-transform our cities, is to co-transform the urban planning and design processes, so that urban forestry, urban ecology trees are not kind of enclosure at the end of the scene, but that they are a basic condition at the starting point of each regeneration, what is it called, replacement, and every new development, so that we can puzzle by puzzle make the city more green and climate responsive.
Great. So the Trees First manifesto should go around the world, I think. Maria Cara.
I think that the challenge is us, because we are
We are the challenge, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
we are resistant to nature, on urban nature, because we love trees. But if they are very close to our houses, and maybe it's a parking lot that we lose, maybe it's some commodities, some comfort that we have, and this is in change of trees, we really need to make this step. And so the people needs to be convinced that trees are more important than other services. So the priority of urban trees and forest within our cities is what we need to, for me, it's the biggest challenge, because then people really needs to be convinced that we need to have trees close to our houses, and this is at the expenses of something else.
Right.
Also to the land use cost and so on and so forth. So I think that this is the biggest challenge.
That's a really good one, because as you say, right, it doesn't come free. It's also, we have to make choices, priorities, which I think is a really key point. Yvonne, what's your key challenge?
Well, for me, it's an emerging challenge of observing trees being pushed out of their climate thresholds within cities. Mm-hmm. So how do we manage and adapt for that? So understanding what proper species selection for our cities, because
Right.
people are impatient. When they see the trees planted, they don't want that tree to die and then wait again for it to be replanted. So how are we selecting the right species now within our cities? And then understanding, you know, when we are seeing trees being pushed beyond their limits, how do we adapt the management systems for those? And so, for example, some of the work I've done in Australia was using dendrochronology to understand at what point you irrigate the trees for a successful summer if you know you're going to have a summer of extreme heat. And so there are particular times in which you could choose to irrigate for different species, which actually can save you a lot of money and can reduce the mortality rate and increase the health of your trees. So that's kind of an area that I feel is an emerging challenge for many hot cities anyway.
Fantastic. So yeah, using also the knowledge and technology we have today to actually have more live information, right? I can, yeah. Frederic, last but not least.
And if I have to choose one, because there is numbers.
Pick the one that feels like the best.
I think it's the soil fertility problem.
Soil fertility,
It's the base of the forest. And when we see a problem of growth of trees in the city or of durability, it's always linked to soil problems. And if we have to rebuild the biocity on the old concrete city, the soil will be a real problem, because all the soil are not natural, they are sterile or polluted. So we have to invent new technology to rebuild fertile soil linked to circular economy. Mm-hmm. And also it's very important to soil ecology, because the soil is a living material.
Great. I think these are some really, really good points. We're going to round up. So I would like to first of all say that I think it's become clear that for developing biocities, I think a key element is to make sure there's nature, right? That we actually are close to trees, close to nature. But it also means that we have to rebuild sometimes those relationships between people and nature. It's not always so obvious anymore that people love trees, or people feel trees are important, or people feel trees are great but not exactly there in front of their house or where their car is parked in the winter, etc. So a big step, I think, before we really start scaling up some of those ideas, it's really important to make sure that our cities are also green and actually have nature that is valuable, but also has room for itself, right? That we have ecological processes. I think we heard some really great ideas about collaborative working, cross-sectoral working. We heard ideas about the importance of stewardship and management over just tree planting. We heard the idea of communication and engagement, of gaining political support, but actually putting the political system under pressure through citizen engagement and citizen support. And then also some really specific ideas on the information, the data that we could use for that. And then, as we heard, there are some success stories, and I think we can build on some of those good practices. So I would like to thank my panel very much for coming and sharing your ideas. And I should also say for those people online that we're going to reconvene at 3 o'clock. And for all of you here, you know where to find lunch, I guess. So we'll see you after lunch.
Have a seat. We will start this scientific seminar. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Design Museum of Barcelona and to the EFI Conference 2022. Thank you all for joining this afternoon session. I hope the late lunch doesn't kick in so hard. So also thank you to the people who are following this event live from home. My name is Carla Conejo Gonzalez, and I will conduct this scientific seminar that we'll have this afternoon. On March this year, I had the privilege to host the kickoff meeting of the commemoration of Barcelona as the European City of Forests 2022 at the Catalunya La Pedrera Foundation, which is the place I work. Today, I'm beyond honored to moderate this session as part of the European Forest Annual Conference. Thank you for inviting me. In October, the UN celebrates the World Habitat Day, which represents the onset of a month dedicated to raise awareness, promote participation, generate knowledge, and engage the international community in creating a better urban future. Urbanization presents some of the most significant opportunities and challenges in the world today. Cities are centers for economic growth and development. More than half of the world's population live in urban areas, and the number is growing every day. Therefore, cities face huge demographic, environmental, economical, and social challenges. Today, all sessions have revolved around the concept of biocities and its role in placing nature and people at the center of the urban environment. Only by engaging all stakeholders, cities will have the ability to harness transformational change and improve life for their inhabitants, all of them. And this requires a new and synergistic paradigm. This afternoon, we'll culminate the EFI exciting program with experts that represent initiatives seeking to build capacity and provide tools to address these many, many challenges. So let me introduce the panel that we'll have today. So good afternoon, Giuseppe Scarascia, representing the EFI Biocities facility in Rome. Please come to the stage. Welcome. Also, good afternoon to Amanda Surgeon, representing and CEO of Build by Nature. Welcome, Amanda. We'll also have with us Marina Ruta, representing the Trillion Trees Initiative and Biodiversities. By the way, the Trillion Trees Initiative is one of the main partners of this event, so welcome, Marina. We'll also welcome Franziska Schreiber, sorry for the names and the pronunciation, representing Bauhaus Earth. Welcome, Franziska. Yes, I see you. And last but not least, welcome Rick De Vries, representing the Youth Forest Alliance. Welcome, everyone. How are you? Okay, let's start with the presentations because I have briefly introduced our panel today, and I will start with Giuseppe. Giuseppe Scarascia, let me introduce you a bit. You hold a PhD in forestry at the University of Washington, and you are full professor of urban forest and landscapes at the University of Tuscia and at Rome University Sapienza. You have coordinated European and national research projects on trees and forest mitigation and adaptation to climate change. If I'm wrong, correct me, please. At the moment, you are also leading a project within the National Reserve of Castel Porziano at Republic Presidency. And very recently, if I'm not mistaken, last week, you took the lead of the EFI facility in Biocities in Rome. So, to start off, Giuseppe, please explain to us what is the purpose of this new facility.
Okay, thank you, Carla, for the introduction and for organizing this panel together with EFI. So, Biocity facility. I mean, today and also yesterday we heard a lot about Biocity, so I'm a little bit embarrassed. I mean, to add also my vision, but I would like to start with 3 points: why, what, and how. Now, why the Biocity facility? Why EFI is so much involved in all of this? Because we have seen and we have interacted with a lot of different, scientists and practitioners from many different disciplines. A lot of architects today, but also climatologists, physicists, and so on. So, I mean, what's the role of EFI? What's the role of the forester? I think that the Biocity concept and the Biocity facility is a big challenge, but also a big opportunity for all of us foresters, not only for me, who has this opportunity to work with the facility. I think that we have to start, from the strategy, from the 2025 strategy of EFI. If Mark allow me this, just as a metaphor, I would say that from this strategy, it is clear that dealing with the city and with the Biocity by forester, who were used to work mainly with the forest chain value, mainly with recently also with all this approach on bioeconomy and circular bioeconomy. I mean, working on the cities is a way to get out of the bush. So a way for the forester also to go out from that world, of course continuing with that world, but also to get out and to interact with many different types of, let's say, approaches, scientists, because I think the EFI can provide really something very useful to this urban world. And what can we provide? I mean, what's the experience of EFI? Is of course obviously working with urban forestry, and For instance, today we heard a lot of very interesting and new issues in the panel that was led by Cecil on urban forestry, urban trees, and so on. But, I mean, we have to also to offer a lot of different information and experience with a more holistic approach. So not only the green spaces, but also the concept of forest as an ecosystem. So all the different interactions within this ecosystem, the production of raw material like timber, and a lot of interaction also with a world of urban planners, of landscape architects, and even fashion. So a lot of different sectors are interested in interacting with us. So the what is the what we can offer, what the EFI experience can offer to all these new approach of bringing nature into city. And then finally, how? I mean, how we can work in this field, how the EFI, and particularly the EFI facility, can tackle this issue of the biocity. I think two main aspects are can be really drawn from the work of EFI, capitalizing and let's say expanding the activity of EFI. One is, of course, gathering information. That's something that EFI is very well experienced on. So gathering information not only from research activity, but also from the activities of the EFI networks. Gathering information in order to make a dialogue with the society and with the decision maker. And to do this, I think that the second aspect is the ability in communicating all this information. And again, here, EFI has a lot of experience on this, and I think that this experience can be also, let's say, addressed, devoted to address the biocity world, the biocities issues, the biocities problems. So these are the different aspects and the different roles that EFI, and particularly EFI facility, can provide to the city world.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. I think you've summarized perfectly, and I think we'll go deep into some of the topics you've already risen with our next panelist. So I would also like to introduce Amanda Sturgeon. You are the CEO of Built by Nature, a network and grant-making fund dedicated to creating buildings that work in unison with nature. Previously, you've brought regenerative design solutions to city-scale projects across Australia and Pacific Asia, and at the global consultancy firm Mott MacDonald, and you are also the former CEO of the International Living Future Institute. And if this were not enough, you are an award-winning architect, author, TED speaker, and named one of the top 10 women in sustainability with the Women in Sustainability Leadership Award. Wow. As an architect, Amanda, what role does architecture play in the renaturalization of a city? How does Built by Nature work towards this goal?
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about Built by Nature. We're a relatively new organization. We're about to celebrate our first birthday later in the month. And as was mentioned, we are a fund, we are a network, and we're an amplifier focused on envisioning a future where buildings work in unison with nature. Our focus initially is on accelerating mass timber, in the building sector, specifically in Europe. And we are working across the market with a market-facing focus across 6 different areas. That's designers and architects, investors, asset owners, insurers, developers, and cities. In terms of sort of your question of how do we how does architecture shape the future, and how does Built by Nature play a role in that? One of our key focus areas is on architects and designers, and what we do is to work with them as well as the other asset owners, investors, etc. that I mentioned, to remove barriers to the acceleration of mass timber. So we see barriers, for example, that might be around knowledge, they might be around insurance, they might be around financing, and several others. And we fund and support across our network to identify barriers, then fund projects that can remove those barriers or develop knowledge to counter those barriers. And then we amplify that knowledge and innovation across the market. So we may also fund demonstration projects and innovation and knowledge development across those innovation projects. We've funded, for example, the MIND project, which is a project in Milan, an innovation center at the former Expo site in Milan, to bring Climate Kick, one of our partners, to help with knowledge and innovation around that project. So they'll work directly with the design team as well as the developer team to build that knowledge and innovation and help the project to accelerate their adoption of mass timber and perhaps other bio-based solutions. So we typically enable others to cross the sort of architecture and developer community to both share research, apply research, and create action on the ground in buildings, so that we can both see what mass timber buildings could be like, but also, I think as Alan put well in a former session, not just replace the current way that we design and build, but do it out of timber, but actually look at how we might be building and innovating in a different way. I think we acknowledge that the entire building sector, from the beginnings of architectural education all the way through to the construction of a building, needs to be completely rethought as a system. And it's very locked in. It's locked into concrete and steel. It's locked into a certain way of making, economic gain or benefit, and there's a certain way to finance and insure and permit all of those systems that we have to unravel and re-put together. So together with our network, we have some key partners such as Cities for Forests, Climate Neutral Cities Alliance, Climate Kick, the University of Cambridge Natural Materials Institute, and Bauhaus that we'll hear about in a little bit. Together, we're looking systemically at how we sort of unravel the whole process of how we build and construct buildings and essentially put it back together again while also doing what we currently do. So it's a big challenge in front of us to do both of those things simultaneously, but we see a lot of momentum and progress on the ground towards that goal, and I think we've heard so much about it too today, which is inspiring.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Now you can see that all these initiatives foster new synergistic alliances, but there are already alliances within the panel, so that's very nice. Well, I will follow with Marina Ruta. Marina, you hold a PhD on environmental engineering at the EPF Lausanne and an MBA with a specialization in international organization from the University of Geneva. You recognize yourself as passionate about innovation and initiatives fostering environmental sustainability, with over 17 years of experience within academia, industry, and international organizations. You are currently leading the corporate engagement for the Trillion Trees Initiative at the World Economic Forum, where you also led the inception of the initiative Biodiversities by 2030. So, you have joined us today to represent not one, but two initiatives. Both of them are part of the World Economic Forum. And what are their purposes, Marina?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for inviting such an outsider as the World Economic Forum to this conference, and thank you, Mark. And I'm really, really glad to be here. I learned a lot, and as you rightly said, those are two initiatives that are very much linked. So I lead the business engagement, the private sector engagement for the Trillion Trees initiatives, whose aim is really to support the global movement for conservation, restoration, and growth of these ambitious and if you want, aspirational goal of 1 trillion trees by 2030. So in this context, last year I led the inception of our work on biodiversities, and it's a term that has been invented, if you want, by the government of Colombia. So we collaborated very closely with the government of Colombia and the Alexander von Humboldt Institute for Biological Resources in Colombia. So there is a national program called Biocities that is basically has the same objectives as the Biocities as it's unfolding here. So I'm really glad that I'm able to speak about the knowledge base that we created last year, not as the World Economic Forum, but gathering a commission of global experts and practitioners. Amanda was part of it, Vicente was part of it. So it's really like coming back to the family. The vision for biodiversity is really like to transform urban development towards cities that are nature positive. And when I say that Trillion Trees initiatives and biodiversities are very much interlinked, is because we cannot think about nature positive cities without urban nature-based solution deployment, be it really like fostering a forest positive bioeconomy with mass timber for construction. We heard so much about it, and I suspect we will hear more in this panel. And but also like urban nature-based solutions as an alternative or as a complement for grey infrastructure. Barbara, very, very beautiful this morning presented some cases that proved that. So basically, during the past year, for both initiatives, we created a very strong knowledge base in the form of 2 insight reports. One is creating the business case for investing in forest action in general, and the other one is really like rethinking and providing the economic case for nature positive cities. And those are if you want, the basis for discussion. And now what we want to do is really to enter into the implementation. With the Trillion Trees initiatives, we created like a group of corporates from different industries that are really taking steps and investing in forest action in a social and ecological positive manner. With biodiversities, we invite, if you want, cities to collaborate with us, creating what we call cities dialogues, and the idea is to understand cities' challenges that can be tackled with urban nature-based solutions and provide the expertise through the network of the forum with, as I said, experts and practitioners that are bringing this knowledge into action. So I stop here. I think that there is more that can be said, but again, thank you very much for letting me be here.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you. Many challenges ahead of in this panel and in our society. Well, now let me introduce Franziska Schreiber. You are senior researcher and project coordinator at Bauhaus Earth, where you have specialized in the systemic study and practice of regenerative, people-centered urban planning. In that role, you shape research and experimentation that focuses on the making of buildings and cities as both a means to enhance the health and well-being of people and a force for ecosystemic restoration. You are also an affiliated researcher and lecturer at the Chair of International Urbanism at the University of Stuttgart, an advisor of public space for city space architecture, and a senior associate at Adelphi. Wow. So, in your role at Bauhaus Earth, yes. What is the role of the organization to contribute to the transition to regenerative cities?
Yeah, thank you very much, Carla, for the introduction. And first of all, a big thank you to the conference organizers for inviting me. It's such a big pleasure to contribute to this really rich and exciting discussion. As you've already said, I'm Franziska Schreiber. I'm a senior researcher at Bauhaus Earth, which is, I would say, a global interdisciplinary think and do tank, which was founded last year by John Schellnhuber, whom you've gotten to know already through his keynote, really with the goal to transform the built environment from a major driver of climate change and societal crises really into a means or lever that not only contributes to climate mitigation, but actually contributes to climate restoration and systemic regeneration. And so we at Bauhaus Earth, we're using another term, which is the regenerative city or a regenerative built environment, which again is also, I think, very closely aligned with the Biocities concept, but for us it really entails the shift towards bio-based circular building practices in order to really reduce the carbon footprint of the construction sector, but also to store carbon in buildings and infrastructure, something that Galina has been nicely explaining earlier. Also really making sure that the bio-based materials we're using are sustainably harvested or sustainably managed and combined with really proactive efforts to strengthen, enhance our urban and regional landscapes through investments in green infrastructure, green spaces, urban forests. We have heard a lot about this. And then lastly, and I think that's really important for me as an urban planner, but also as a sociologist, is that when we talk about the transformation of the built environment, it's not just replacing one material with another, but it really requires us to rethink the way we organize and build our city and live in our cities. We are consuming simply too much space, especially in the global north. We need more compact, more mixed use, more flexible and adaptable cities, and I think we should be really leveraging our urban and spatial planning tools. And so what we're trying to do really at Bauhaus Earth is to apply this really systemic approach along the entire value chain of buildings, but then really also linking it to urban planning and development challenges. And I think we're working in, let's say, 3 realms, really identifying and addressing critical knowledge gaps and policy gaps we are seeing in the transition to a regenerative built environment through our think tank, but then also creating spaces for collaborative experimentation, for prototyping and demonstration projects to really make change and alternatives visible and tangible through our global network of labs. And lastly, really to translate the research findings and findings from practice into educational formats, into new learning formats, also something my colleague Organschi talked about earlier, translating that really into new formats that can empower, let's say, a new generation of architects and planners, but also policymakers and administrators to become change agent of a new type of built environment. Yeah, maybe I stop here.
That's fine. We'll deepen a bit on some of these aspects with the core questions of the dialogue, but last but not least, I haven't forgot Rick. I want to thank Rick Devothe for being here with us. Rick, you lead the urban forestry team at the EFI's resilience program in Bonn. You hold a PhD in human ecology, and your research focuses on the relation between humans and trees and the integration of ecosystem services in decision-making and urban planning. I know that you are active in the Urban Forestry Science Policy Practice Interface and were awarded Young European Urban Forester in 2015. You are a member of the European Forum on Urban Forestry and part of the Erasmus Plus project U-Forest, where you lead the U-Forest Alliance. That is the initiative you represent today. First, I would like to explain, because Giuseppe introduced a bit this topic, why are forests so important for urban environments? And maybe you can explain that through your approach in the U-Forest Alliance. Thank you very much, and welcome, Rick. I'm not sure of it. Okay, let's change.
Thank you, Carla. This sounds better. Thank you for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to talk a bit about the U-Forest Alliance later on. Why are trees important for humans? I think we already have heard a lot this morning, yesterday, today about this, the urban heat island, the human health through, for instance, Matilda's presentation. What we not really have heard about is yes, this link that people feel with forest and trees. One of the persons really leading me into forestry is a forest manager of the Meerdalwoud, which is a urban forest very close to Brussels, between Brussels and Leuven. And he said during one of the excursions we had as a student, every culture, every tradition has stories, has fairy tales with foresters, about forests, about living in the forest. Well, when we will lose these traditions, when we will lose these stories, we are really losing our connection with nature. And I'm very happy that well, I have 2 children, 8 and 10 years old, and still at school, still they learn their stories. So the link with forest, the link with trees is still there. And well, I'm also involved in a project called Clearinghouse, an Horizon 2020 funded project on using urban forests and urban trees as nature-based solutions. And one of the main things we have been doing is a survey throughout Europe and China on the perceptions and use of urban forests and urban trees by citizens. And well, a little bit to my surprise, we also asked about people not going to the forest and people not feeling connected to forests. And in Europe and China, overall, this number of people was very, very low. Also, the importance of ecosystem disservices, something that we have not really discussed here today, but ecosystem services, so the negative impact of forests and trees on humans, is not really important to people. So this link is really there. So the second part of the question is about this Forest Alliance. We have been working in this Forest project, an Erasmus Plus project led by ETIFOR, a spin-off of the University of Padua, and ERSAF, which is the Lombardy Region Public Forest Authority. In this project, and one of the outcomes of this project will be this alliance. And with this alliance, we really want to bring innovation, and we really want to stimulate innovation by using urban forests and trees to students and to facilitate students to be innovative with urban forests and trees. And we have already heard a lot of initiatives that really can be part of this alliance. So this is a call for everybody in the panel and everybody in the room here to join our alliance, which we will open today. So since today, you can join the alliance by going to www.uforest.eu/join. So this alliance, it will be an outcome of this project, and really to keep on working with the output being a training program, but also this training program is really linking students with entrepreneurs in the private sector and the public sector, and to support them to really use urban forests and urban trees as nature-based solutions for innovation and sustainable urbanization.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you all, actually, for explaining and introducing to the different approaches you use to tackle our common goal. You've described lots of initiatives with the goal of this transformation of knowledge into action that we're talking about today. This is a very generic question, and everyone can ask, and I will encourage you, in case some topic arises during the dialogue that you want to respond to, feel free to do it. Don't wait for me to give you space for it. Is there a common definition for a biocity? I mean, do you work with different approaches, but do you work from a common definition of what you want to achieve? Who's first? Giuseppe, maybe?
So, approaches for the transition. That was the question. Of course, I have to say that differently from all of the other my colleagues, we are starting just right now. You said a few days ago, so so we'll see how things will develop. In any case, concerning the approaches, what I have to start saying is that I don't think that there is just one approach that fits for all the different types of cities. Also because our ambition with the EFI facility is to work and to, let's say, become a reference, not only at the European level, but also globally, if this is possible. Why? Because we work also in Rome, in close contact also with the FAO. Our idea since the beginning was to work also with the international organization and with EFI. I mean, there is already this experience to work outside of Europe. So first of all, we have seen today, for instance, a nice presentation also from Africa, that the approaches are quite different from Northern Europe to Southern Europe and so on. So this is the first answer. There is no just one approach, but there are many different approaches. Secondly, how do we want to, let's say, start our way, our pathway? Of course, we need a vision that was elaborated, and I think that Vincente presented today very, very well. The vision of Biocity, that is the central part of this book that we are publishing, Transforming Biocities. But also I have to acknowledge the work that was done, sponsored by EFI, by a different research group, setting the research agenda for the EFI facility. So basically we are starting building different cornerstone, vision, research agenda, and then a pathway to transition. And of course, the pathway to transition, first of all, requires also to define indicators that impact indicators, key indicators that should be adopted in the different environments by different cities. From this point of view, I've also to say that we are not starting from scratch, because there are a lot of networks in the world dealing with the issue of sustainability in cities or with smart cities. But as I said, our ambition is also to bring the knowledge of the, let's say, of the whole forest chain value to the Biocity vision. So these are the different, let's say, cornerstone that we are utilizing for approaching the pathway towards Biocity. So, I mean, it will be a multifaceted activity.
I understand. Thank you, Giuseppe. And Amanda, you've mentioned before that there are, in this path for transformation, there are different barriers that have to be overcome. Can you describe some of them, and how do you deploy your activity? And if someone wants to add to the discussion, feel free to do it. But I think these barriers are some of the things that prevent the different cities to have a quick transformation, I guess.
Yeah, happy to talk about that. I think, we've heard today a lot of the reasons of why we want to switch to timber or bio-based construction. There's arguments that are very compelling, of course, around carbon and such. But the inaction of that on the ground then faces the current paradigm we're working within. And in particular in the UK, we've been working where we saw the Grenfell fire then had an impact on timber construction being allowed for residential buildings. So we've been working with a partnership in the UK and across Europe to develop a relationship with insurers in the UK, and then to actually identify pre-insured timber detailing for buildings that insurers will get behind. We've seen quite a lot of projects that have been designed in timber that then, as they're reaching sort of construction phase, the structure gets switched out to steel because they can't get insured. So we have funded a project in particular to work with insurers, and then our UK network lead, Joe, who's here somewhere, is working quite collaboratively across our network structure with actual insurance companies in the UK to sort of really break the myths and to build confidence in timber construction, for example. We've also funded an organization called the Timber Finance Initiative that is working to try to move the sort of financing investor challenges. So, it can be challenging to get timber projects financed, so there's a need to remove some of those barriers. And a lot of these things, when we see with financing or with insurance, they're about conceptions, but they're also sort of indicate how locked in we are to concrete and steel, and the challenges we face when we then try to divert to a different construction material. So it's often about building relationships, and in terms of sort of the question before, there's the classic sort of carrot or stick. I think where we find a sweet spot is actually often in what I call the tambourine, which is celebrating the success, building the relationships, building the excitement, and it's that sort of on the sort of circle of change. It's that sort of connection between shifting culture and shifting market, which I think is often more about the tambourine shaking than just a carrot or a stick, and building a network that can actually share those challenges and those barriers and the solutions to them quite freely.
I think we'll have some time at the end to talk about how we shift cultural values, but how do you shift the market? I mean, it's very difficult. I think the economic paradigm that you're setting up in place, it's very different from the one we're using right now. You can answer or you can pass the word. I really want just to open the dialogue on the new economic paradigm we are working towards.
Yeah, I can say a few things and then maybe pass it on. I think, it's a very difficult thing to be shaping a new paradigm while you're embedded and working within the current one, clearly. I think it does require us working quite strategically and collaboratively with a systems approach, which is why I think working with a collaboration of partners with a sort of systemic thinking allows us to be thinking not about just sort of the one barrier at a time, but how a series of sort of system changes can help us get further a bit more strategically, I guess. So I think I would say a key thing to adjusting towards the new paradigm is about this systems thinking and collaboration and partnerships.
Yeah, actually I wanted to go with you. Yeah, you can continue, Francisca. I have a question, but I will save it for later.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, not sure. Try again?
Now?
Yeah.
Okay. What did I want to say? I wanted to say I wanted to build on the point of collaboration, that actually transitioning toward biocities or regenerative cities really requires working across different disciplines, different sectors, different scales. It requires bringing architects, planners, foresters, social scientists together, and those kind of processes don't happen automatically. They need to be facilitated, and I think this is really where we see also as Bauhaus Earth our role, to really assume the role of, my colleague Alan Organschi would always say, convener. I like the term facilitator, so really working together with partners on the ground to identify, first of all, who are actually the stakeholders we need to involve from the different regions, from the different sectors, and then also building trust over time. Actually, even finding a common language across sectors and disciplines is very difficult, and I think this is where we really see also our supporting role. And I also wanted to touch up on the question of the regulatory environment, which hasn't been addressed very much today, but I think it is really still largely hampering the uptake of bio-based construction in many contexts, because of building material approval, which isn't there, or it's simply too slow, or it simply makes bio-based construction costlier because of double safety regulations, which from a technical point of view are actually not necessary. So I think also our regulatory environment really needs to evolve, and I think there is some innovation going on, but we really require also an overview of what, you know, what's already out there, where we can turn to and also gain inspiration from.
How the ecosystem can be supported as a whole, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, maybe don't leave the mic, because I have another question, maybe following up with this.
Okay.
Could you give us, or any of you, could you give us an example of a city that's walking towards this path, and we have like tangible examples of what is happening there? Do you have a city you can, sorry? Yeah, an example.
From the audience mentioned Barcelona.
Barcelona, yeah.
Well, we're on the path actually, but do you have, you've mentioned before the Global South and the possibilities that arise there. There is any city that's walking like this path in the Global South that we could talk about? I don't know. It is a proper question, yeah?
Maybe not a city in the Global South, but I think when we talk about the transition pathway in general, we may have to differentiate between what we talked a lot about in terms of infusing cities with nature and investing in green infrastructure on the one hand, and bio-based construction on the other hand. Because I think in terms of rolling out green infrastructure, really investing in green areas and forests in cities, there are some cities which are taking the lead. For example, Paris, which really aims to achieve, make 50% of its city surfaces vegetated and permeable by 2050. So that's really the scale we need to be looking at. They, I think, also have got a quite ambitious urban forest program, which they're rolling out at the moment. I think they're also planning on planting an urban forest at the fringe of Paris, 5 times the size of Central Park. So I think Paris is an excellent example in terms of ambitious goals. Of course, also Barcelona and the Superblock program and the rollout of the Superblock program and the evolution also of the notion of the Superblock program is quite interesting, turning more towards creating green axes and green streets, and not just making neighborhoods less car-oriented, but actually really taking out asphalt and investing in green infrastructure and nature. And then we have bio-based construction on the other hand, where I think we are still in an early stage and very often at the pilot level stage, and we're often talking about individual buildings, and we've seen really beautiful pictures, but I think we need to move towards at least the neighborhood scale. I think there's an interesting example from Munich, which is called the park, Prinz Eugen Quarter, which is, I think, the largest urban timber construction settlement in Europe, with more than 600 apartments, different building types, also covering all kinds of housing needs, which I think is really critical. It's a mixed-use development, but here I think they could have done more in terms of investing in green infrastructure. So I think also bringing these two components together is really, really critical and often not necessarily thought together.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Carla, if I may add, because I think you touched upon a point that is very important about the regulatory environment. And I don't have an example of a city, but I have an example of a country. When the national government takes steps like Colombia did, for example, with this program on Biocities, I say it in Spanish, creates a network of cities and create also the confidence of the investors, because the regulatory environment from the national government and laws are implemented, facilitates municipalities a great deal. So it is an example of Colombia because we worked a lot with them. Probably there are others. I'm not an expert, but it's really, really important to align horizontally, as you said, with various disciplines and various departments in a city, but also vertically between municipalities and the national government.
I would say the other one would be Singapore, right, from our work on the Biodiversities Commission. Lena Chen was instrumental as the chair of that commission from Singapore. And so I think what Singapore has done is actually mandate and put into policy requirements around nature, positive outcomes for projects and developments, which I think is a very interesting model. I think if we don't actually see some of that mandated, it just doesn't happen. So, and Singapore's done an amazing job at increasing their biodiversity and nature within the city and prioritizing it, and also building it into policy.
Yeah, actually, as Giuseppe introduced, how we qualify the impact of these policies, it's very important to measure how we can achieve. Rig, you're so quiet, but I will go with you in a while. Giuseppe, you can go first.
Okay. Well, the issue is about examples.
Yeah, I think the audience might want.
Well, of course, Barcelona is one, but I don't want to repeat this. But I think that examples, of course, are fundamental in order to, let's say, to start or to proceed more fast on the pathway of the transition. But we can have this type of examples at different scales, because of course we can use city, biocity, and also bioregions as example, but also within the cities. For instance, we can select single neighborhoods who can provide examples to other parts of the city, in order to, let's say, to start with the transition. I mean, speaking about different cities of the world, just few examples, also dealing with different issues of the city, let's say, of the city aspect of the city problems. For instance, water. That's something really important. This is really crucial, and it will become even more. I mean, how to control storms and so on. For instance, from this point of view, I mean, one of the example, quite far away, is from China. For instance, Wuhan, who is very well known for other issues, but in China they developed this interesting approach of spongy city. So cities that are being transformed in order to, let's say, be able to absorb a lot of water, this flashy rain, that now are starting to occur more and more frequently also in Europe. And I think that this is, for instance, an interesting example, how city planning, but also how landscape architecture at the wider scale is used not just for beautify a given region or a given city, but actually just to answer to problems that we have to face, particularly with climate change. Other example, for instance, in Europe, beside Ljubljana, that is a green capital, for instance, the use of abandoned industrial fieldworks and brownfield, for instance, to reconstruct biodiversity oases within cities. There are many European cities, but for instance, one example is from Germany, Duisburg, that has been working on this. And then lastly, just let me mention, for instance, in a different continent, Freetown, Sierra Leone, who is trying to develop as a tree town because they realized that deforestation was really impacting a lot on the city and on the region of the city. And so now they are, working with, of course, the help of different international sponsors and organizations in order to reforest the different environment of the city. So examples are a fundamental role. We have also to use at different scales and, of course, international cooperation and this partnership, public-private, I think is a fundamental one.
The partnership model, the policymakers working for us and for you towards this goal. So Rick, I wanted to ask, how can we also engage society in this? Because this is a big topic. I think you all work towards engaging society and, I mean, people towards this policy and towards this knowledge. I mean, we all as individuals, I think we can contribute, and as, of course, as a society. But I want you to start, but I think you will be, all of you will be able to add to this topic.
Well, I think it has been said before this morning, there is a very good momentum at this moment to develop all aspects of Biocities. There is the whole discussion on climate change, climate adaptation, and citizens are really willing to collaborate, to plant trees in their back gardens, to water trees in their streets, to donate money for tree planting, and so on. So there's one aspect, I think, the power of citizens and of corporations, collaborative things is high. But one of the things I took from this morning, which is very important, I think, was this statement by the representative from Lyon, that politicians are usually not thinking further than the next elections. And, well, planting trees takes years. To find the right spot takes years. To buy the right land takes years. Definitely when it's a public authority who wants to buy land, or plant trees. So, and this is planting the seed for the future of the trees by building this public support is very important. That's one point, I think. A second point is that we not only have to put attention or focus on planting more trees. I think as a forester, I was a bit at my unease this morning that there has been a lot of attention towards planting trees. Cecil Konenlek also mentioned this. An average tree is not getting older than 25 years in a European or in any city in the world. And within this 25 years, it probably does even not have compensated for all the carbon emissions that have been created for nursing the tree, transporting it to the planting pit, doing the planting, and so on. So this is really crucial, I think, that we manage our trees in cities better so that they really have a longer life. And therefore, really, we have to work with the citizens. One of the main reasons why trees are cut is because there are complaints by citizens, because my solar panels are not producing enough, because there is damage to my car, because, and so on. I talked to Andre, he will definitely have some nice stories about this. Oh, not nice, but interesting stories. So apart from, as I said in my previous intervention, there is the really support base, but there's also some complaints, and we really, on the one hand, through appropriate design, the right tree on the right place, and we have to avoid that there are complaints and that the trees do not grow longer than 25 years. So yeah, I think maybe it's time to move to another person to answer the further question.
Anyone wants to add something to how we can engage, or how do you engage from the initiative you represent?
Sure.
Society?
Yeah. I think it's a really important point, because I think it's critical to understand that the transition towards a different type of built environment or towards a biocity is not just a technical endeavor. It really requires a socio-cultural transition as well, and it really requires the involvement of, as mentioned, different people from different sectors, communities, etc. And I think what we are trying to do is really to set up a global research and experimentation and learning network, so working together with different regions in the world, from Bhutan to Central Kalimantan to Western Cape, also Berlin, Brandenburg, to really create so-called what we call transition labs, So really set up spaces for some years to co-create knowledge, to co-create solutions around biogenic materials in terms of potential supply and demand, but also how to apply actually circular principles to along the life cycle of buildings, how to make the built environment more socially inclusive and socially oriented, how to address the challenge around legal and policy frameworks, which I mentioned earlier, and really create a space where these different actors can come together, where knowledge is made accessible, visible, and where you also involve different types of low threshold formats to really involve communities and the society to be part of the discussion. Because I think at the end of the day, and I'm convinced that it needs to become a city talk in some way. Yeah, it has to be something that's on the news, that's being discussed. So media is a critical part as well.
Sure, thank you, Franziska. Does someone want to add anything to the topic?
I can?
Yeah, sure. We'll have a couple of minutes.
Okay, very quickly. Well, I mean, the involvement of society, I think, is fundamental to have the support, no, for this big endeavor of, changing our cities into biocities from all different points of view. But to do this, we need, from one point of view, firstly, to communicate in, let's say, correct information. And so it should be a communication based on solid evidence, scientific evidence, and this is for sure. And but at the same time, we need to involve society at different level, so community-based, citizen, for instance, with citizen science, students, but also other scientists or academicians from different fields. So this is a way to really involve these people, and at the same time we need to, this is really an opportunity for us to develop BioCity, to develop education at different level. We really need, I think, to provide a different type, an interdisciplinary type of information. We need students. We need also smart people entering this field. But at the same time, we need also to educate the layman, the communities who wants really to get involved. There is a lot of demand in our city to be involved in green spaces management, but also to see new approaches. So, from one point of view, we have to go out, to reach out, and to help educating people and to give them knowledge, but at the same time, we need their support. And then, thirdly, if you allow me, the involvement of society is also important because I think that we can provide jobs. And this is something that probably has not mentioned too much today. There are really great opportunities to provide different type of jobs. So not only traditional one, but all the activities in urban forestry, for instance, or in new ways of building houses. This requires really a lot of new information to be developed, a lot of sophisticated also technology. So really we can attract really young guys, also smart guys, and so on. But at the same time, this is also a way, for instance, to train other type of people, like for instance the migrants. We can also utilize these let's say, this field of biocities, also to train people that are coming from other countries, no? From other parts of the world, and maybe it will be useful for them when they will go back. So different ways to involve society that will be really useful, I think, to push forward the concept of biocity.
Thank you very much for all the approaches. Amanda?
Can I add one closing thing? I think our sectors often miss the power of a very compelling message. I would love us to find, you know, the power that the image of a turtle with a straw stuck up its nose did for eliminating plastic straws, just like that, when many of us probably thought it should have happened a decade before. So I think it's upon us to sometimes get out of our discipline heads or academic heads to think about how do we actually create a powerful image or vision like that turtle that can move society really fast and change cultural values, because we need to move very fast.
Communication strategies. Maybe I will ask for a last sentence. So keep thinking about this communication and compelling messages yourselves. But now, at this moment, I would like to open the mic to the in-person attendees to address some questions to the panel experts. So now it's the real deal, guys. So, so any questions? Do we have a mic over? Yeah. Okay. So there's. Yeah, you will be given a mic just right now. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauri Hetemäki from University of Helsinki. Perhaps this is more of a comment and bringing another perspective in the discussion. But first I would like to thank the whole day. I think this is the 10th annual conference I have attended, and never I have learned so much than today. So it's been really great day. Related to forest, I think one thing that we observe in many countries, at least in Europe, is that if you look how urban citizens see the forest and forest management, and how the rural populations see the forests, there tends to be a division, and I would say that it has even increased in the recent years. And I see this biocity and urban forestry as a one tool that could bring closer these different views that we have in urban and rural areas. So I see there also a really important role for biocities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Is this working?
No,
it's
no.
working. Yeah. Thank you, Laurie. I think you raise a very important point. And, well, I was saying before, we have a great momentum for working for more trees and green spaces in cities. But, well, I know we should not make too big, how to say, easy conclusions. But on the other hand, we also see a lot of conflicts on harvesting wood. And partly these are the same people who are really promoting trees and trees and green spaces and forests in around cities and towns, and the ones who are objecting tree harvesting and maybe are not then going to use wood in their houses. So I think Giuseppe rightfully said that there is still a need, definitely a need for education there. And this message, yeah, I mean, when I was studying, there was a whole discussion about FSC and banning import of tropical wood and so on. I think we have gone beyond this discussion, but still it's a complicated message to bring to the general public. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, can I add just? I mean, the point raised by Laurie, I think, is really interesting. But this also gives us an opportunity, a great opportunity for the future, because, I mean, it is true that, I mean, most of the people now live in the city and have this, let's say, this urban mentality. And it will be even more so in the coming years. So a lot of kids, basically, they would have never known the nature outside. So this is why it's fantastic to bring nature inside the city. It will be good for them, it will be good for the citizen, but it will be good, I think, also for the forest management, for the ecosystem management and the landscape management of the region outside the cities. Because in this way, I mean, if we work in a correct way, basically this will be a way also to show, I mean, how the need of the ecosystem to be managed in a world that we have modified with climate change. So, so strongly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the regions are critical for true resilience. Cities are reliant. It's a symbiotic relationship between the cities and the regions, and we're reliant on the resilience of regions to allow everybody to thrive. So it's, I think, a very good point that while we're focusing on cities because we know more people are soon or are already living there than outside, it doesn't mean that our regions aren't critical to, I think, the vision that we all share.
Any other questions in the audience? There. Thank you. Ah, sorry.
Hi, I'm Giampino, Creative Director. I'm landscape ecologist and mostly working on metropolitan regions. And I want to pose a question. I think there is a pending task in developing this nature, which in cities is how to reconcile three main concepts: green, biodiversity, and nature. Because we have to be aware that the biodiversity in cities is a particular nature. It's of some degree of naturalness, but also some other components. And I think cities have to do a reflection of what kind of nature they want or they need to address this provision of ecosystem services, and what kind of nature they are able to host. For example, in Barcelona, there are 6 species of parrots in different stages of invasion, and we have to account with them because it's not possible, not feasible to extirpate them. That's an example of the particular nature in cities, and it's also different from that we can find in the outside in the rural areas. I think it's a pending debate to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. If I just can give I think we have you have forgotten a fourth aspect, Juan, and that's the climate. I think also when it relates to biodiversity, we have to take the climate aspect in mind. Which species to select and which species to use, and how is this conflicting with biodiversity?
There's another question over there. Yes, thanks.
Yeah, Bo Larsen from University of Copenhagen. It has been a fantastic day, as Laurie also said. But I can't... I think about all those people here. You were sitting basically being out of your educational comfort zone. Giuseppe, you are a forester. You are dealing with biocities. And here, Marina, you have a background of chemistry, I think. And that's fantastic. You are change agents, really. But what about the next generation? I think we have to focus much more upon developing educational programs, and I think, Giuseppe, you have talked about it here, but also at universities or at schools and so on, for people who basically have that in their backpack when they start. So that would be my comment, and you don't need to answer that, but I would really dream of this project here, also trying to make some kind of marks in the educational systems. I have myself been a trained forester. I've been working with forestry, with close to nature management and so on. I have also been educated landscape architects. In the beginning it was very difficult. I've been trying to also to educate people at the Royal School of Architecture in Copenhagen. And it is so rewarding to work with people cross disciplines. So I could only urge you to try to do something for pushing new educational programs where you have architects, landscape architects, foresters, biologists and so on, trying to develop something. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Actually, do you want to reply to that? If not, I may add some points, but you can go.
Well, probably after. I don't know if there is another question.
But do you have something?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things to answer to Bo. I mean, what I can say again is that we are I mean, we have a great opportunity here. Biocity is also a way to change, to modify, to maybe modernize, or in any case to adapt teaching at different levels, but now, I mean, we thought just teaching at the university, to these new issues, to these new challenges. It is great that, for instance, we have joint classes with architects, and I have in my class people from all over the world. They are mainly architects, but they could be also social scientists and so on. There is a lot of interest in nature, but also in how ecosystem function. So this is a good opportunity for us to work with these people, to show all the different processes and also all the issues of management, but also opportunities. So really, I mean, the Biocity from all different point of view, and so also from EFI and the EFI facility, is a good opportunity also for reshaping, I mean, education. And the interdisciplinarity of this world is really a big, how can I say, a big bonus for this.
If I may, one last second, I don't recall your name, sorry, but I wanted to add a point because I cannot properly add a lot of things to the discussion, but I can add to that because I coordinate programs for young students, pre-university students in conservation, biodiversity, and also environmental engineering. So we are walking towards this path from private institutions, in our case, Catalunya La Pedrera Foundation, but well, we've planted the seeds and we are trying to expand internationally. So I think we will be able to cooperate somehow in the future in this sense. Please. Yeah.
No, I would also like, sorry, so I turn around. I would also like to comment on this educational thing. It's very important. The problem is we have no time to come up with new university programs and to train young people, and in 20 years from now we will adopt an interdisciplinary approach. This should be done, of course, absolutely. Needs to be done, so we have to put the seeds into the ground. So everything that is done in this respect is extremely important. But unfortunately, we have to transform ourselves into interdisciplinary animals today, actually, on the spot. And we tried to do this, and we've been successful. And it means you leave your disciplinary comfort zone. So you do something where you're not the top expert anymore. But this is really good because I have worked for 28 years in an interdisciplinary advisory council for the German government called the German Advisory Council on Global Change. And we were extremely creative. Among other things, we created this 2 degrees limit thing, which is now international law. And why did it happen? Because if you bring together 10 architects, say, we will fight each other because we will compete for who is number 1. So it's always this ranking battle, so to speak. If you bring together 10 chemists, they will do the same. But if you bring together an architect, a chemist, a forester, and so on, each of them are laymen compared to other people who are experts in the field. So it is a certain feeling of humility here and modesty you have. So you give the other people the credit that they know more than you in a specific field. And that opens the mind to becoming a creative collective that is providing new solutions. And we have a wonderful historical example for that, a role model, that is the Bauhaus, actually, which was precisely about bringing everybody out from their specific comfort zone and working together. And you are a dilettante, an amateur, a layman in every respect, except your own one, but which is the one you contribute to the collective. So what it means is, yes, let's create new university courses and secondary school courses and even kindergarten training for polymaths and so on. That's all fine, but we have to transform ourselves immediately. Let's start this afternoon.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes for more questions.
Hi, I'm Julia from Dominican Republic and new student at IAC. And I hope I can ask, well, this question. My question is, do you have an idea how to tackle the challenge of the synergy between rural spaces and urban spaces, and the fact that local peoples in rural areas are very often going to the urban spaces because their economy is not sufficient to stay in the rural areas? So people who actually know how to live self-sufficiently and live in synergy with the forest are abandoning that way of life to go to the urban areas and to go to concrete. But yeah, I don't know how to finish the question, but it goes around there.
Have you heard? Yeah. Have you heard what? If I'm correct, she was asking about how we can prevent people moving to the urban areas, because the rural areas cannot be self-sustained in the way people want to work or need to work. It's not facilitated there. How it works towards this challenge. Am I correct?
Yeah. Just for people from the rural areas to be able to teach people in the urban areas how to be how to be in synergy with the forest and to live self-sustainably, because they have that experience, but they abandon it to go into urban spaces. And there's just an unbalance there that I wonder if you have an idea how to approach.
Maybe I can answer.
Okay. Mark is answering. Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
I think basically it's about what we're trying to do with the biocities, because if you generate the demand from the cities, from bio-based solutions, this will ensure that we will need innovative rural communities providing all these solutions that our cities need. So this is why we want to develop the concept of biocities in synergy with the bioregions. There will not be biocities unless we have sustainable bioregions and vice versa. So I think this is why we have these mutually reinforcing concepts. Now, I wanted to thank the panel and you, Carla, because this has been really an inspiring panel, so congratulations. It was very complimentary. And I wanted to add a few reflections from my side. First of all, I like very much when Francisca mentioned that we need this meeting point for all these actors to transform the system, and this is what we are aiming at with the biocities concept. Also, you mentioned that some cities are investing very much on the green side, others more in the timber part, and I think what we need is really a holistic transformation, bring everything together. Then I wanted to add also that a potential transformative policy to unlock the potential that Amanda was mentioning is also public procurement policies. Yeah? I think for me the most successful public procurement policy to stimulate a bioeconomy market was put forward by Obama administration. Obama administration decided to create the BioPrefer program. They identified 100 products that all federal agencies had to buy from bio-based solutions. And there was a certification system attached to that. But the fact that they created a 400 billion market with only public procurement, no cost, it was just having an intelligent approach. I think this is something we should all work together. And then I had a comment, Amanda, you mentioned this unlocking the financial sector, because at the end we will need a lot of investments for that. And I was wondering if it would be a good idea to try to use the concept of carbon credits, you know, that has been used to stimulate afforestation, to try to develop a carbon credit system for the carbon store in our buildings, so that we could create de facto a voluntary market. It has worked to stimulate afforestation at a scale. I don't agree with the offsetting approach, because I think it is a tactic more than a strategy, but we could transform it into an insetting strategy and try to sell carbon credits to stimulate the financing of this transformation towards timber construction. And that would be, I think, a much more holistic approach than the traditional offsetting.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark.
Carla, can I?
Yeah, sure.
You touched really a good point. I think in terms of creating demand signals for both, like the forest economy, forest bioeconomy products and urban nature-based solutions. And we need to work together, like the multidisciplinary approach, the regulatory framework, public procurement. Like what is really important is creating this buyer club for those like investors that wants really to de-risk also the investment in itself, because there is no risk profile now for urban nature-based solutions. And again, like creating the demand signal will de-risk most of these investments. So very good points. I just wanted to.
Okay, so before we end the session, I would like to invite you to share a compelling message as you for the audience. So one reflection in one sentence from you and your perspectives.
Shall I start? Yes, thank you. It's a difficult question.
It was not a question.
Yeah, I think this multidisciplinary education, starting from when people are young, starting in the primary school, is something which is very interesting, very important, as Bo mentioned, and other people already mentioned. So let's put energy there, and well, shamelessly, are linking this to our Youth Forest project and making a little bit of a pitch that we will have this e-learning school for master students in forestry, architecture, social sciences, political sciences. Well, definitely anybody interested to join these courses, e-learning courses, this autumn. And next year, specializations courses at Polimi Milano and here in Barcelona. And this will be really working from a multidisciplinary perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting. Franziska.
Okay, I wish I had the turtle image now, or a replacement for the turtle image, but unfortunately I don't. You started off by asking us what the difference maybe is, or whether we have a definition for a biocity. But I think in this panel and throughout the day, it became really clear that regardless of the term we're using, we are working in the same direction. And it's very much about what John also said earlier in terms of really re-entangling the city and nature. And I think that has been really the core of the conference. What I would still love to see more in terms of debate is how do we bring all these great ideas to scale. We have been talking a lot about pilot projects and funding pilot projects, but at the end of the day, they will remain buildings if we are not able to inform them and embed them in larger transition programs which finance policy reforms around legal frameworks, etc. And I think here we really need to bring large financing institutions together as well, which look beyond just sectors, but are actually also pushing towards a systemic approach, which is currently, unfortunately, not the case. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And there was something that was buzzing in my mind when we were talking about education is a pact between education and celebration of cases and the diversity of cities that are implementing really and they're seeing nature as a solution. So it's educate, but at the same time celebrate and bring the positive angle to the discussion.
Thank you. Yes.
I think for me one reflection is that if we want to be successful at creating biocities, that we have to all, especially as perhaps either forest or building experts, get out of our comfort zone and perhaps the people we normally talk to and realize that we have to be talking to people like insurers and investors because they play an important part, and right now I think those conversations can be quite siloed. So if we're really going to work systemically, then I think we have to get uncomfortable with trying to learn more about things we might not know about and stretch across into other disciplines to bring key players into the conversation.
Thank you, Marta.
I mean, there are many, many different points that have been raised in this today, so it's difficult to just pinpoint one. But I think that what we really need is to let the people outside know all these opportunities that are offered by Biocities, by nature, by trees, but also by utilizing, timber for construction. So, if I can say, an experience that EFI has developed is bringing together, communication expert with expert of a given field. That was done on climate change. Why not to do that on Biocity? And in this case, bringing together people from different disciplines as those that have been we have been exposed today. So this is one way to let people outside know all these opportunities. We have to give a positive message because we are receiving too many negative messages in these days, in this period, and I think that this is something really interesting.
Thank you very much. I will try to close the session with my own words. I've been taking notes. But first of all, I wouldn't like to close the session without highlighting the importance of what we've witnessed these days. The EFI annual conference has brought together in the same space and time experts from different but complementary fields, different disciplines, fostering an open dialogue about relevant issues that affect us both individually and as a society. Our goal is a future where buildings, cities, and landscapes proactively contribute to climate restoration, sustainably based economic scenarios, and have a positive impact on the planet and its inhabitants, all of them, not just as humans. To achieve this goal, and we have a representation here about this, alliances offer networking, innovation, policy facilitation, knowledge exchange, and outreach opportunities, ultimately with the purpose of transforming knowledge into action. With all that, I want to express my gratitude to the panel and for gracing your important work and for sharing your expertise and opinions today. So thank you, Giuseppe Scarascia, representing the EFI Biocities facility in Rome. Thank you, Amanda Sturgeon, representing and CEO of Build by Nature. Marina Ruta, thank you, representing the Trillion Trees Initiative and Biodiversities Initiative. Franziska Schreiber, representing Bauhaus Earth, thank you. And last but not least, Rick Devothe, representing the U-Forest Alliance. Thanks also to the people. Thank you. Thank you also for joining this afternoon here in the Museum of Design of Barcelona, and also those who have joined from home. It was a pleasure to have such a fantastic audience. And to conclude today's program, let me introduce Professor Marco Marchetti, Chairman of the Board of the European Forest Institute, and Mr. Daniel Ibáñez, Director of the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia, that will close the scientific seminar. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you very much to everybody. Difficult to give conclusion, but because this is a starting point. So it's very important that we have put some basis and share a track, share a way to go forward together. This is very important. Placing nature and people at the center of urban environment. I think that, as Laurie has already said, that probably we will remember this scientific seminar at one of the most visionary, spatial, surely multidisciplinary we have had in our history. We have probably bring our community to a border, to a frontier, and then now we have to go forward together with many other friends and colleagues. I think that first of all, we have to thank you all the speakers, the fantastic keynotes, the panelists, the participants, the people who ask comments, questions, and so on. Especially the young people, the many young people I've seen in this beautiful room, for making this event a meeting point, as Mark has already said, for forest researchers, for scientists, for architects, for practitioners, to debate the future of our cities. We have seen the transition toward biocities and the importance to bring back nature to cities and the benefit of using wood in construction, for example. And today's event is the best example of the approach that the new facility will follow, I hope. We wanted to work across discipline and sector to transform urban environment and make it sustainable. Biocity is a new vision of EFI. EFI wants to guide this vision in order to support urban areas to lead the transformation from the existing linear and fossil-based economy to a circular bioeconomy. A new economy based on a new and synergistic relationship between nature and society, economy and ecology, rural and urban areas. This is, I think, very important for the future. Biocities are urban socio-ecological environments that enhance human health and support sustainable well-being, while being regenerative, climate neutral, and nature positive. To achieve these goals, and based on today's discussion, I think that our reflection with the director and other colleagues could say that Biocities should rely on 3 principles as a starting point for the future. And these 3 principles could be a sort of manifesto after today that will be joined to the research agenda that we are preparing and we have asked 2 specialists for the new facility. First of all, create an urban-nature symbiosis, promoting, integrating more nature, trees and forests as the backbone of cities' landscape can substantially reduce energy consumption in buildings for cooling and heating and minimize the urban heat island effect. Urban forests and trees are essential for physical as well as mental health and for sustainable well-being of urban population. An increasing amount of research demonstrated that access and exposure, we have heard about this, to urban green spaces can improve human mental, physical and social health. Findings from across all the world suggest a relation between urban forest and a number of health outcomes. Many have been mentioned today, a very good example. Therefore, the future requires not only a restorative relationship between cities, nature, and the ecosystems from which they draw resources for their sustenance, but rather a symbiotic one, where natural systems become the basis for the urban fabric and the urban metabolism. A sort of in-depth knowledge of urban ecosystem functioning. In this context, we need quantifiable indicators to guide strategies and action by the City Council. For instance, 3 trees, 30% of canopy cover, 300 meters rules mentioned today could be simple and clear approach to monitor progress toward this principle. Second important point, urban transition to biomaterials. Beyond smart cities, towards something that will be bio and eco. Cities consume most of the energy and materials we use, are victim and main actors of change, global change, while also being the source of 2/3 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. 30% arise from the production of bulk materials like cement, metals, chemicals consumed in the urban areas. But also non-metallic minerals such as sand, gravel, clay account for about 50% of all resources that we extract from the earth with the extractivist approach. Those non-renewable resources are the basis for the carbon-intense material that have been used so far. So we need urgently a system change to decarbonize built environment. This requires the deployment of scalable renewable energy solutions within and around cities, and accelerating the transition to regenerative bio-based construction, which stores rather than emit atmospheric carbon, while creating a market signals to incentivize the expansion of global forests. And this is a very important point for us. A shift to biomaterial based on engineering wood would transform the urban metabolism, reducing the amount of material used and creating durable carbon pools. We have seen very interesting and significant numbers in this sense today. In this context, we need new approaches and certification schemes to account for the carbon emission and storage link to different types of buildings and clear incentives via public procurement or carbon credits, something new, innovative, to scale up our action. Third point, create a urban network symbiosis the first, urban transition to biomaterials, aim at a self-sufficiency and synergies with the surrounding regions that we would like to transform into bioregions. Cities need to maximize their ability to meet their own demand for renewable energy, food, water, and relevant goods and services from ecosystem and infrastructures within the city's boundaries or from the surrounding areas while minimizing the inputs needed. Long-term regenerative strategies to develop synergistic relationships between cities, their surrounding bioregion, should be mandatory to operationalize the offsetting insetting of urban-driven value chains. With the growing consumer preference for local, organic foods, cities can combine solar energy and urban farming within its green infrastructure strategies. Urban farming will not only build resilience in the local food chain, but contribute to food security, increase urban access to nature, support social cohesion, and contributes to people's health and well-being. I think that our approach could also help to limit, to reduce, it could be a miracle for the future, but let's work in this direction, to reduce gentrification in the cities, to have social innovation that can help to reduce inequalities into the cities and between cities and countryside, rural and urban area, and also to help to reduce urbanization, probably. It could be a very important challenge for this century. Another crucial resource where we have to focus probably the attention in the next future is also water. Water is crucial to address minimizing permeable surfaces, maximizing natural recharge, utilizing rainwater as a resource. Additionally, buildings themselves must become infrastructure for water recycling and regeneration. Water is a key blue infrastructure in urban planning to bring us closer to nature and to bring more nature into the cities. Green and blue infrastructure should be planned holistically within biocities and bioregions surrounding. Finally, and thanks for your attention at the end of this long day, in addition to these three principles, transitioning to biocities requires transdisciplinary research and transformative approaches that combines urban and landscape planning, medical science, architecture, forestry and urban forestry, ecology, biology, chemistry, sociology, agriculture, landscape architecture and landscape ecology, industrial design, engineering, economics, governance, and social sciences. I forgot something probably. It also requires political leadership, and this could be a very important point, from the bottom, from the children, to the decision makers. And the active participation of urban and rural citizens, and the theme of participation is never important like in this time. It also requires political, EFI Biocity facilities will work to continue the actor, to connect knowledge and decision-making processes, to connect the dots between the different actors, having science at its center. There is the need of taking action, urgent action, to transform all these ideas into action plans for the cities and the regions, starting also to transform urban regulations to make all of this happening in short time. It is time for urgent action, and Biocities has born to drive and push collaborative initiative. We want to address that the ecological functioning of all ecosystem and of urban ecosystem in the world could be improved. And we trust also that ecology is probably a primary form of peace, and this is quite important in this time. And I think also, to finish with a sentence, that for us, community of foresters, a final sentence could be that this approach will help to inform people of the importance of forests, existing forests and new forests. You have said it's a cultural and educational transformation, not only a technical and urbanist transformation. The conflict for land in the future will be is a very important one. We have to decide if sharing or sparing approach have to be chosen in different contexts. I think that Biocity will help also from the cultural point of view to help the community of foresters from cities to bring people back to forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, for doing the heavy part of the day, synthesizing everything that happened today, so I very much appreciate it, and also thank you for giving me the last word, so I'm very honored for that. First, let me acknowledge this fantastic collaboration that we have seen today throughout the day between the EFI, a bunch of very talented scientists, forest engineers, collaborating with institutions like ours, the Institute for Advanced Architecture, where it's full of architects and planners. And I think this plethora of different roles we have seen to really tackle one vision, one problem is really fundamental. Why it's important that we collaborate between designers and architects and planners together with scientists and forest engineers. What I think is fundamental, and we have seen it today, that scientists help us really transform data into knowledge. And then the engineers come after and transform that kind of knowledge into things that are useful, like action plans and recommendations and agenda. And this has also demonstrated that us, the designers, we come after and take all that utility that they have generated, and we try to apply it, and we try to change cultural perceptions, and we try to create new modes of living, as we have seen in the wonderful presentation. So I'm really honored, I'm really happy and pleased to really keep fostering these interdisciplinary connections. I think this has come several times today of the need to really work among different disciplines to really tackle these big and important challenges. So to wrap up, I would like to offer 3 invitations. I apologize that one of the three can only be for the speakers of the conference because we have a limit amount of people that can, but the other two are for all of you, joining us here. The first one is please go visit the installation we did at the Mies van der Rohe Pavilion, Mass is More. That is, in a way, one of the multiple beautiful demonstrators of where the future lies and how we should really keep pushing forward. The second invitation is really encourage you to sign this Barcelona protocol that Vicente mentioned today, where many of the things that we have been discussed are trying to be actionable, really setting up an agenda for us to really move forward. This will be available very soon, and it has been a huge effort of our friends at Bauhaus, the Earth, that we try to contribute with EFI and many others. So I really would appreciate for you guys to read, and I'm sure if you have enjoyed today, many of the things discussed will be well reflected. And then the last thing before I close it and give the thanks is inviting all the speakers to please join me here. We will wait couple of minutes while everybody leaves and we have a small surprise. I apologize that it's only for the speakers, but there is a limit in the capacity. So thank you very much, everybody. Please join me in a huge applause for all the speakers and organizers and everybody for the amazing day. Thank you.
No, it was excellent, Marco. You did it very good, very excellent.